The defense rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. Hello. How are we doing? How you doing? Welcome back. You should be used to it by now. Just plus 15, all right? I do really try. I really, really do. But something always happens right on. Push that button time. Anyway, welcome to the Defense Rests. I'm Jody, your hostess with mostess. We are day 5 deep into this Ponzi pharmacist poisoning trial. The defendant is Mrs. Natalie Cochran. So you may see a few referrals or references to roosters, possibly because I'm not mature enough to not take advantage of that surname. So, hello, kitty cat. Yes, so we're doing day 5. The afternoon session, we've got 2, so we're half a day behind. So hopefully we can get done half of day 5, and I'm hoping the state rests today because I can't really see much else coming in. Mind you, it hasn't been like in any way. I don't even know how they actually got this case to the trial stage, because as far as I'm concerned, they've given us nothing. It's a nothing burger. So just a quick recap. So we have her husband was 38-year-old Michael Cochrane. He wasn't a diabetic. He was involved in this Ponzi scheme with his wife. They had a looked like a legitimate business plan, and they had an office building, and they actually ripped off his family and her family and lots of others for millions of dollars. Now, she is currently serving 11 years in a federal prison for fraud charges. Now, the husband, who has a real distaste for hospitals, felt unwell one day and gradually got worse and worse and worse until he became almost like semi-conscious and almost unconscious. He fell from the sink and hit his head, like when he was standing at the sink, and end up dying about, I think it was 5 days later, at hospice care. Now, they found his blood sugar at arrival at the hospital to be 21. They don't know how long it had been down at 21 for. So they treated him with some IV dextrose and brought it back up to a normal range. And then it suddenly dropped again. So initially there was nothing, they didn't think it was suspicious. So there was no autopsy done at the time of death. It wasn't until 7 months later, for some reason, that they decided that they were going to investigate this further. So they exhumed him and did testing, and the medical examiner basically came up with undetermined death. They could not put their finger on it. He has an enlarged heart. He also had fluid on the brain, kidney damage, I think, and he was also taking some kind of supplement, injectable supplement, from Mexico. Now, that's never been told. Like, we've never been told what the supplements are, what they do. And as far as I'm concerned, if his wife is a pharmacist and he has to go to Mexico to get them, they ain't good. All right. So there was 3 vials that were removed from the house for the investigation, 2 of insulin and 1 that said it contained clomiphene. Clomiphene is, by all counts and purposes, a fertility drug used by women to help ripen up their eggs. It's also used for men to increase their testosterone levels and their libido and erectile dysfunction. But what was actually in the vial was a steroid, not an anabolic steroid. It was a cortisone, like a anti-inflammatory steroid. So it was prednisolone based. Now, they had the forensic chemist on to analyse that's how he determined what was in each vial. But for some unknown reason, they did not test the concentration of the insulin or the volume. They didn't measure the volume. Like, what the fuck else are you going to test, really? So then they got the forensic specialist in that specializes in weaponry and tool marks, and he said that the actual the rubber seal that you used to withdraw the liquid from had not been punctured. Hello, sweetheart. I'm here. But you're glad I'm late now. So it's been shitty investigation, because why have a forensic chemist who's not going to even measure the concentration or the volume of a liquid? Like, okay. So the medical examiner, undetermined death. Then 4 years after that, so nearly 5 years after his death, they wanted another autopsy done. Yep. So we had that testimony yesterday, and I've got to tell you, the defense attorney, asking the medical examiner absolutely ridiculous, basic medical questions. You are aware, sir, but then asked him if he had taken any insulin levels from the body. Excuse me, sir. It's bones and soup. There is no body. Yeah? Yeah? It's not rocket science. So, consequently, he has won this trial's Dipshit Award. You can see that on the channel under Dipshit Awards on the main page. There's a good face plant of him too. He was standing at the lectern and just headbutted the mic. All right, so that's where we're at. Now, actually, sorry, I'll go back to that last autopsy. The medical examiner that did that actually changed the cause of death to homicide, because in his review of the medical notes, that he believes that there is no other plausible explanation to the response to his blood sugar being raised after he's been treated with the dextrose. There was no reasonable excuse to explain why his blood sugar dropped back down to a dangerous level straight after. The only thing that he can put that down to is another injection of insulin. So, but he was unconscious at the time. And of course, 7 months after his death, doing an autopsy, you're not going to find the tiniest needle prick. And you're certainly not going to find it 5 years down the track, trust me. So there is no motive. He knew about the Ponzi scheme. He was involved in it. We've had lots of financial advisors testify. There was no life insurance policy, nothing like that. So they've brought in nothing, in my opinion. A big, fat 0. So let's let's see what this dipshit can tell us today. I'll wait till Utica gets here. And why can't I share that? At stage. Thank you. That one. And that one, I think. There we go. Look at that. Anyone think I've done this before? Is she going to testify? Is she? Don't spoil it. Don't spill the beans. Did you know you've got 34, I think? Yes. Upcoming live streams on your channel? Because I've got them notified. I went to try and redirect my stream and I can't because it's full, 3 pages full of your streams. There's 34 of them, Christine. All right, let's get into it, shall we?
The cross-examination of Lieutenant Bledsoe, Mr. Victor.
Jody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is just returning after lunch, and it's the cross-examination of, I think it's the No. Who did we have up last? Oh,
Mr. Bledsoe, first of all, I'm going to ask you whether you yourself lost any money or assets by the Ponzi scheme of Mr. and Mrs. Cochrane.
No, I did not.
Okay. So you have no personal interest, financial interest in this case whatsoever?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, I will start with a couple of questions that the prosecution asked you. And if I may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
You were asked, I'm going to hand the witness what's been marked the state's exhibit number 1. And you recognize that document? That exhibit.
Yes, I do.
Now, in response to the state's question about who appears on the document, you responded that only the defendant, Natalie Cochran, appears on the document, right?
As the defendant in the case, yes.
And that document is actually
Florida, another one. What channel? Because I did put up my, well, I've got actually a few, I'll wait until everyone gets here. I've got a few announcements that I want to share. But there is a trial starting Monday as well. It's called the Rose Petal Murder Trial. And it's about a pianist who's on trial for allegedly stabbing his partner or mother of his children 31 times. They're in a custody battle. I did put it in my, here we go, I'll copy the link. So basically I've put this in, oh, I don't know if you can see it or not. I'll put it in the chat now, but I set it up to show, like, to be released to members first, and then, come on. What the hell is my computer doing? Yeah, to release it to members first, to open it up to them, and then to subs. Because that's a perk, isn't it? So yeah, that's the link to what's coming up. We've got a few exciting things. Yeah, there's lots happening. I've been a busy beaver. Well, I need to be a busier beaver.
with a judgment in federal criminal trial against Natalie Cochran.
Cochrane.
Yes, that's what it says.
And you made
Cochrane.
some comments about Michael Cochrane not being involved in that federal trial, right?
Yes.
In the context of this document.
Correct.
Florida
Well,
v.
that document was entered in 2021, right?
Yes.
Is it true that Natalie Cochran was indicted on September 25th of 2021? No, I'm sorry, 2019.
That sounds accurate.
That
Yes.
sounds right.
Let me interrupt and ask Mr. Selden if we need to call Dr. Banerjee. She's not on the line now. We disconnected her during lunch.
No, Your Honor, I sent her a text message and she's not intending to listen to testimony.
All right. And I apologize, Mr. Victor. Please continue.
So it shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Bledsoe, that
I
Mr.
wish.
Cochran's name is nowhere there. He's been dead for half a year. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you say that his name didn't appear in this context of this federal indictment and judgment against Natalie Cochran, the federal government had absolutely no reason to indict a dead person, right?
That's correct.
And no reason to prosecute a dead person, right?
Yes.
But if you look at the page, I don't know, there's, if I may indicate to you, there's a forfeiture proceeding there, isn't there?
I'll have to see it.
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, I'll show you. Oh, page. Page 14 of the State's Exhibit 1. There is a page dealing with the forfeiture of the assets of the defendant. Right?
Assets.
It appears that way. Yes.
But those assets are the same assets that Mr. and Mrs. and Mr. Cochrane had together, right?
It appears so. Yes.
Ah, okay, if I may retrieve the exhibit. And would it be fair to say, Mr. Bledsoe, that the federal government, from the inception of this case, oh, by the way, let me ask this, right? I take it from your testimony on direct that you are the officer in charge of the murder investigation, right?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Who was above you? Who ran this investigation?
It was a joint investigation.
Well, you weren't some kind of underling, were you? You were on top of it.
Yes, Mr. Heinzman and myself, along with the United States Secret Service.
Secret Service. Okay. Well, are we to assume that you know, or you should know, as one of the leading officers of this case, all the aspects of this murder investigation? At least you should.
Yeah, I think that's a accurate statement. I feel like I know the information well.
Okay. All right.
I have put 2 links into a poll. So next week I'm following, I'll tell you exactly what that is shortly. But so I've got my trial set for next week, depending on how this goes. But I'm going to run a sleep stream as well, like the non-commentary one. So that'll run during the day, which is like I'll have it streaming without me being there pretty much. So I've put 2 trials in the poll. One of them is the Florida one, Florida v. Griffiths, and the other one is the Rose Petal. So have a look, have a vote.
So in fact, the federal government had a lot of interest in this case from the standpoint of the monetary losses that the investors sustained in the Ponzi scheme case, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when this case started, you applied for a search warrant of the defendant's property, right?
No, that's, excuse me, that's not correct.
Well, did you ever apply for any type of search of any property that belonged to the businesses of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
Yes,
What was that application for?
for a federal search warrant.
For a federal search warrant. And in that federal search warrant, isn't it true that, because we're now back to that business of Michael knowing or not knowing what was going on, isn't it true that you listed Mr. Cochran, first of all, as a partner in both corporations, or both businesses?
Yes,
You listed them, okay? And in fact, you stated in the application for that search warrant that they were partners, owners, and, well, in fact, both of them, and operated Technology Management Solution and Tactical Solution Group.
Tactical.
Did you say that?
are you reading that directly from the search warrant?
Not from your application.
Yes, if it's in my application, then yes.
And then Michael Cochran was involved in work involving computers, network, and information technology for that company, right?
Again, if that's coming from the application, then yes, I would agree with that.
All right. So he knew, according to you, the daily operations of that business, right? Or both businesses, for that matter.
I didn't quite understand your question.
Well, if he participated in the operation of the business and knew everything about the computers and worked on the computers, well, let's strike that. A lot of the business was done online, wasn't it? Of the groups.
Which
The companies.
Which business? There were two businesses.
Well, two businesses. Both of them did a lot of business online, right?
I don't know that I would characterize it as a lot, but they clearly did business electronically, is how I would describe it.
And you testified that Michael was actually working as a computer specialist, right?
Yes.
So isn't it true that he did a lot of business online for both of these companies?
I don't know the answer to that one.
You don't know how to answer that one. Okay? Then you know that Michael and Natalie were signatories to their bank statements, right?
Yes.
And both of them had the accounts in First Community Bank, right?
I'm not sure exactly which accounts you're referring to, but
What difference
let's
does it
say
make? Fuck.
First Community
What's
Bank
that got to
business
do with the
account
murder?
number, 4 last digit 4272, opened on July 1st, 2013. Authorized signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie Cochran, whose address is blah, blah, blah. Well, they were both on the account of the business, right?
if you're referring to something from 2013, from memory, I can't recall seeing that.
Well, let me show you this document. Is this your application for a search warrant, sir? The last page, it has place for you to sign. This is the document we received from.
Yes, it is.
All right. So look at that page. You look at these accounts. Who are the owners of these accounts?
You want a specific account?
Yeah, let's go down the list. Let's see what we can find out.
You want me to read them off?
Well, let's see the first bank.
First Community Bank, signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie P. Cochran.
Okay. And what's the account number on it? Last 4 digits.
0715.
Okay. The second account.
4274.
What bank is that?
First Community Bank.
Okay. Is there any other bank?
Not until the next paragraph. No, sir.
Well, let's go to the next paragraph. What's that bank?
First Community Bank.
Smart
Okay,
ass.
so that's another account where they're both owners of the account.
Yes.
All right. What's the next one?
City National Bank.
And these are all, by the way, the accounts for the business, right? Or the businesses. These are not some separate personal accounts, are they?
Yes, some of them designate that they are connected to a business, and then some just appear to be personal.
Okay. Okay. First Community Bank, that was a personal account. But account number 4274 is Technology Management Solution. That's the account for the business, isn't it?
I don't know exactly what that was for, but it's what it, on that document, that business name does appear in that paragraph, yes.
This is a business account for the TMS, right? Yes or no?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And then we have City National Bank, business account, 9705, Technology Management Solution,
Technology.
opened in February of 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That sounds like a business account, right?
Yes, yes, it does.
City National Bank, account number 3517, Tactical Solution Group LLC, open September 27th. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran, whose address is, etc., etc. That appears to be a bank account, right?
Correct.
Okay. Branch Banking and Trust, BB&T. Finally, I know what that stands for. BB&T, 1402, account number, for Tactical Solution Group, opened September 26, 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Correct.
That's a business account.
Yes.
Both of them, right?
Yes.
Another BB&T 1410. Technology Management Solution, BBA TMS, opened September 26, 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That appears to be a business account, right?
Yes.
And then Morgan Chase Bank, 8236 account number for Tactical Solution Group, LLC, BBA. Doing business as TSG. Open December 19th, 2018. Authorized signers, again, Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That seems to be another banking account. I mean, a business account.
Yes.
For both of them.
Correct.
All right. And Michael Cochran actually had access to all of these accounts, right?
Based on that information, I would think so, yes.
Well, you were here all throughout the testimony. You saw the exhibits. Where Michael Cochran signed all these checks, right?
Yes.
For all of the employees and all of the people who rendered services on his behalf, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then in your petition for search warrant, you stated that during the Cochran's outwardly lavish lifestyle, Cochran's plural, houses, vehicles, philanthropic activities increased and became noticeable by friends, family, and the local community. You state the Cochrans were active in community sports, acting as coaches, teams, volunteers, board members, and the Cochrans would supply uniforms, equipment, supplies for the Little League teams, etc., etc. Both of them, right?
Right, fresh.
That's coming directly from the application.
Well, there you go.
Then yes, that's correct.
Well, so they had a lavish lifestyle. We'll come back to that. January 2018, the
He's
Cochrans
way better
purchased
than the other attorney.
a
Fuck.
commercial building together, right? For $66,000.
Yes.
Where did that money come from?
That money came from investments.
Investments, right?
I thought it was a Ponzi scheme.
And
the whole point was that it
then
was
they
no
purchased
investment.
another, well, they purchased three buildings total, right? For which the money came from, well, two buildings, for which the money came from the investments, right?
I don't recall exactly how many, sir.
Okay. And then investors gave them between December 7, 2017 and March 2018, $230,000. Is that true?
Yes.
And
Well, the state does rest
you
today.
claim
Woo!
through your testimony that
Oh.
they used the money for the lifestyle. Both of them.
That's
right?
what the money at that time was being used for.
That's right. Now,
Tactical.
you also state that the Cochrans claimed to have sold such high volume of firearms to the government that their firearm supplies and manufacturers rewarded them with the discounts up to 75% for Glock, Kimber, Ruger, Smith & Wesson. And the Cochrans never sold a gun to anybody or a firearm, right?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Well, they sold some. but
Yes.
certainly not the volume that they claim, right?
No, we knew that they didn't sell that volume.
Okay. And would you agree with me, sir, that Natalie Cochran knew absolutely nothing about firearms or weapons in your thorough investigation of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. You can't speak to what the defendant did or did not know.
Oh, this is the whole case is about what the defendant knew.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow it. I'll
Yeah.
allow the objection. Go ahead.
Job.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Well, Natalie Cochran did not ever talk to you, or you have no evidence that she knew anything about armor,
There he is.
weapons, guns, firearms.
Oh. Which one? This one or the other, dipshit? I just went into the description to copy and paste the timeline. Yeah, I know that the state rests today, so I'm not expecting much of a defence, if any. Yeah, we'll soon find out though. All right. Well, whilst Mr. Udahef is here, I may as well. Oh, here we go. Did you see this? You ready? You still here?
Pensacola, you can see a beautiful blanket of snow, but if you peek really closely, you can see there is ice packed under.
See,
That's
I
why
told
Florida
you.
spent much of Tuesday preparing for this significant bout of winter weather. It's the most winter weather since 1989.
Oh, don't know what happened to the volume then. Oh well. Yeah. Snow in Florida. Who'd have thought that my bumper sticker would be right? You have to go into StreamYard and then go into your, I think it's home or, hang on. Yeah, into library. When you log into StreamYard, on the left-hand side is library, and then you click the ones that you don't want and you delete them, because StreamYard won't let you. You only get a certain amount of time like allocated to you, so you will have filled it all up with all of your live streams. As I went to try and redirect my stream, and everyone else will have this problem too. Anyone after F for Fortunato, because everything is listed in alphabetical order, but you can't see anyone past you. They can't access anyone past F to redirect their streams to, because there's 34 of yours up there. I'm surprised you haven't had any complaints. Look, I've still got splinters in my bum from sitting on the fence. After that last medical examiner saying that he would have had to have had a second insulin injection, I don't know. Was she was pregnant? She was present at the hospital, wasn't she? Because I'm confused now. The vial of insulin that they recovered had not been punctured. So, look, she may well be, but they've definitely not even come close to meeting their burden. Not even close. So, right. So, announcements. So from the 4th of Feb, Tanya and I are going to be doing a regular segment on a Tuesday called Tandem Tuesdays, Tandem True Crime Tuesdays. So that's going to be our dual stream every week at the same time. And we're going to focus on Australian crime. And we're going to be starting off with the Melbourne Gangland Wars, which has just got an unlimited amount of content. It's amazing. It's a great story as well. And then it moves on to the Sydney as well after that. But I don't know if any of you know of the Gangland Wars and the Carlton Crew, and they made a not a mini, I suppose you could call it a mini series, but like a Netflix series called Underbelly, based on this story. And there was like 6 series focusing on different things. So what we thought we might do is we'll do a dual stream on a certain, we'll start from right at the start and do it in chronological order, and then follow after after you've done our stream, we can get onto Discord and watch the episode of Underbelly. That's provided I can work that out before then. So yes, starting the 4th of Feb, that's what will be happening. Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't retrieve anything until 7 months later. So, like, if she was going to use a bottle of insulin, she would have discarded it. You know, it's not that silly, really, is she? She could well have had. She was a rep, a diabetic rep, so she would have had heaps of them. The thing is, once you've well, they're supposed to be kept in the fridge, but yeah, you're supposed to discard them after 28 days from puncturing them. So 7 months later, I know, I don't get it either. I don't know why they didn't do one straight away, and why 7 months later they suddenly realised that. I don't know. Just, but why have a forensic chemist come and analyze it and not fucking measure it, like not measure the volume and not test the concentration? Like, what the fuck? She could have been advising him to use insulin for his workout because well, in the testimony yesterday, the dipshit attorney was saying that Mr. Olympia died of that. I think that's an old, I think what they used to do back then was because you're supposed to be in a keto, you know, that keto state where you're burning up your calories, and it's a high protein, low carb diet, which puts you into that. So insulin would help facilitate that sooner, which is the angle that I think they're going at from there. Exactly. What I'm actually thinking may have happened is that perhaps he thought, because they've not told us what the supplements were. Okay, so she's a chemist. If he has to illegally import them from Mexico, what the fuck are they? So either that has had a huge effect on his insulin levels and he's had that injection unbeknownst to her, or B, she has swapped out what was supposed to be in there for insulin and he's injected it into himself. But that doesn't explain the second one that he should have supposed to have had whilst in the hospital. Or the third theory is, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but the causes of, what did he say, refractory blood glucose levels or insulin levels or something, can be attributed to Addison's disease. And Addison's disease mimics a diabetic coma. So if they weren't looking for it, they weren't testing for it, they wouldn't have found it. And that could actually be what happened. So it could well have been an accident. Yeah, who the fuck knows? exactly who did it, him or her. Yeah, exactly. No one can prove it. There's no witnesses. So there's nothing. It's all speculation. The text messages came up, like day 5 in the morning. They were on yesterday, but there wasn't many. And it was all to do with whether or not how much he knew about the Ponzi scheme. There wasn't anything else, like nothing incriminating at all. So yeah, nothing burger.
Military out.
The other thing, finally had confirmation, so I can say it now. Next podcast, we are going to focus on, we're going back to the Luigi Mangione case, and we're going to do a deep dive on the 3D laser printing ghost guns scenario, issue, technology advances, and analyze the repercussions of this new technology, whether it be, regulation of guns, guns being printed by minors and, them getting hold of these deadly weapons, them being printed incorrectly and them exploding in their face. There's a multitude of issues that go along with it. And it just so happens that the I think he's the firearms. I have to look up his actual qualifications, but anyway, he's the head of some firearms committee, I think, in Canada. He's also a big YouTube content creator. Can you guess who it is? Anyone? Anyone know a content creator that's wise about guns, gun safety, gun handling, and everything in between? All right, Ian Runkle. So Runkle of the Bailey is joining us for our podcast. How good's that? How good's that? Yeah. Have you watched him? Don't tell me you don't know who he is. Surely you know who he is. I'll get some pictures. Must be a delay. Typing, waiting. Yes, everyone knows who he is, surely. Oh, really? You'd like him, actually. He has the driest sense of humor. He's also a qualified and practicing criminal defense attorney. I'll go and get some info on him, and I'm in the middle of doing his bio, so yes, he'll be joining us anyway. Massive YouTuber, massive. Tactical. That's his channel link. Oh, shit. I didn't put it back on stage. There you go. That's in. He actually did a lot of work with the Baldwin case and the Hannah Gutierrez case and the gun handling stuff. But yeah, I'm sure this is the Legal Information and Education channel with the Learning Towards Firearms Law. I'm Canadian, so the primary focus will be Canadian law, but there may be occasional commentary on international issues. Nothing here should be taken as legal advice. I'm not your lawyer. All views expressed are solely my own and do not reflect on any other person or organisation. I'm sure he's a firearms company or other in Canada, but I will Google that. So yes, he often appears on a Friday Night Live with a Friday Night Frenzy with Law and Lumber with Rob. It's worth a watch, actually. Oh, fuck, sorry.
Where they applied to both of the defendants' licenses for
I'll go back.
the business, that their firearm supplies and manufacturers rewarded them with the discounts up to 75% for Glock, Kimber, Ruger, Smith & Wesson. And the Cochrane's never sold a gun to anybody or a firearm, right?
Yep.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Well, they sold some, but
Yes.
certainly not the volume that they claimed, right?
No, we knew that they didn't sell that volume.
What's he got? He's
Mhm.
got
And-
285,000 subscribers.
Would you agree with me, sir, that Natalie Cochran knew absolutely nothing about firearms or weapons in your thorough investigation of this case?
But Dr. Mara, that calls for speculation. You can't speak to what the defendant did or did not know.
Oh, this is the whole case is about what the defendant knew.
I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Well, Natalie Cochran did not ever talk to you, or you have no evidence that she knew anything about armor, weapons, guns, firearms, military outfits. She didn't know anything about it.
That's not correct.
No, she knew intimately what the firearms were like, what she was dealing with, what she was selling. She knew that. Is that your testimony here today?
I wouldn't characterize it as how intimately or whatever words you used, but no, that's not accurate. She did have some knowledge of firearms and trying to negotiate firearm sales with the local police department.
Okay. But Michael was the man. He knew about the firearms.
Mhm.
He knew about the tactical gear, right?
I don't know
Uh-huh.
that. I never spoke to him about that.
Well, he was enamored with firearms, with weapons. True?
I don't know, sir.
Don't know that. Well, in the thorough investigation of this case, did you ever learn that Michael was indeed involved in the firearm business?
The information that I saw was that the defendant was trying to negotiate a sale of firearms with the Raleigh County Sheriff's Department. And there was information also that she was trying to negotiate a deal for a firearms sale with the West Virginia State Police, which was completely fictitious.
And Michael knew
Yes.
nothing about it. He who
We don't-
handles
I don't like
firearms, who made his, well, did you know that he was proud and advised everybody to watch the movie called Warlords about the firearms deals. That was one of his favorite movies. Did you know that?
Yes, I believe the name of the movie is actually War Dogs.
War Dogs.
That was
Oh, I'm
brought
sorry.
to
I'm
that was
not
brought
up
to
on
my
my-
attention during the
Not
investigation.
up on my cinematographic gems, but that was something that Michael really loved because he was enamored with firearms,
Enamored.
and that's what he tried to establish his business in, right?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. Now, licenses? Were they applied to both of the defendants' licenses for the business licenses? Were they in the name of Michael Cochrane? Well, you investigated this case.
I'm trying to figure out which business you're referring
Well, any
to.
business licenses, were they ever signed or issued to Mr. Cochrane?
I can't recall that from memory. If you have something you're referring to that I could view.
Now I'm just asking you whether you recall.
No, I can't recall that from memory.
Now, is it true that at some point, Mr. Cochrane commingled or participated in commingling the personal accounts and the business accounts?
I can't say that he did or he didn't.
Well, in paragraph 71 for your application for the warrant, the Cochranes commingled their day-to-day and personal expenditures in all of their business accounts.
Then
You
yes.
said that.
Okay, yes.
So they commingle the accounts, so they wouldn't even know what is theirs, what is the business's, what is the investor's money, what is theirs, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment of that information.
Well, but if they commingle their funds, well, then one day when Mr. Cochrane wants to pay for his, shall we say, lunch, and wants.
Oh, I love mozzarella. Mozzarella, fresh tomato, fresh basil. I'm done. Sauerkraut. Boy. Hello, mister. Hello. Hello. Come to say hello. Come say hello.
Wants to pay by check, which is kind of outmoded today, but wants to pay by check. He doesn't know whether he's paying actually with the money from the investors or whether he's paying with his own money.
Come here.
Or does he know?
No, I wouldn't know how he would know which money it is.
Well, let's say that's the money that he received, let's say, from his parents for $44,000. And he puts it in his personal account.
Come here.
Or the commingled account. Wouldn't he know that that money is from the investors, i.e. his parents, and he cannot touch it because it should be in a separate account?
No, that money was given to the company for investments into government contracts through the Agricultural Solutions Group business or the Technology Management Solutions business.
So how many times did Mr. Cochrane actually receive the money from the investors himself? Here comes Johnny investor and says, Michael, here's a check I'm going to give you for the investment. How many times did something like that happen?
Again, I can't recall that from memory, sir.
Well, you don't know. All right. You can't recall.
Hello.
And would it, I'm looking at that form that you signed to, and
Get off the microphone.
the expenditure of that TMS or whatever the two businesses is over $1,100,000 plus $1,123,517.07 for all kinds of things.
What are you doing?
For the Toyota, that was their car.
Yeah.
For getting some cash. Polaris, horse trailer, earrings, easy loader,
Have a
heating and cooling.
demanding pussy.
These are the expenses that the TMS incurred over the years, and those were the expenses that you yourself claim came out of the illegal proceeds, right?
It came out of the business accounts.
Business accounts that they both controlled, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, when the federal government finally looked at the harvest of your hard work, the federal government claimed that both of the defendants enjoyed the proceeds of the account, right? Or accounts. True?
Yes.
Yes. And Then just happened that while the federal government was ready to indict them both in September of 2019, Mr. Cochrane unexpectedly died, right?
That's not correct.
No? All right, you've been involved in federal investigation of the cases, sir, haven't you?
Of other cases?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're telling this jury that if there is ever a couple, husband and wife, who are cheating on taxes, let's say, or who are involved in some, money laundering or some other financial scheme, you are telling us that from your experience, that the federal government would only investigate one and not the other? Is that your understanding of the federal investigation, sir?
It would depend upon the evidence that was set forth in each investigation. I've seen it go both directions.
You have seen the cases where the couples, married couples, are investigated individually? You really have?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I've conducted those myself.
Well, that backfired, didn't it?
And in fact, the federal government, you have no evidence to suggest, sir, that the federal government would not have indicted Mr. Cochrane had he not been
Dead.
by September 25th of 2019.
No, I don't believe that he would have.
He would not have been indicted. Even though the federal government was looking at all of his property that he enjoyed and had at his disposal and purchased with the proceeds of illegal transactions. You do not believe that he would have been charged with these offenses?
No, but I don't believe that there was evidence to support that.
No, just to the contrary. Would you agree with me that, as we have already heard in this court,
I actually had to submit a US tax form for YouTube. It's based in America.
this couple lived a lifestyle of the rich and famous.
Mhm.
They had purchases amounting to literally a couple of $1 million, right?
I would say that's fairly accurate, yes.
He knew.
And that couple had purchases that were not some piddly little items. When Mr. Cochrane was buying Natalie a
$14,000
ring,
earrings.
he didn't buy a $500 ring. He bought a $14,000 ring, right?
I actually don't know who purchased the ring or a
Okay.
ring.
When he bought the real property, it wasn't some ramshackle affair somewhere in some
Ramshackle.
collar somewhere. It was a big time property.
Actually, he wasn't able to complete transactions on property that he was trying to purchase because he couldn't complete the sale because the money was not available to do that, and he believed that it was.
I see. But he managed somehow to get himself a couple of motorcycles, well, several motorcycles, a couple of cars, including the antiques. He was somehow able to remodel his, $300,000 house, right? He was able to do all of this financially from his income that we still cannot determine.
He believed his income was coming from the proceeds of the legitimate business that he believed he operated, doing government contracts and receiving payment back from the
Speculation.
government based on those contracts, which was not true.
And of course, you're in his head and you know what he was thinking. That's your testimony?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Now, the federal government didn't take kindly to any of this, and the federal government asked for the forfeiture of all of that property, didn't it?
Yes.
And for that matter, the federal government asked for the forfeiture of assets. Well, let's start with the
I know.
well, let's start with $523,343. And no, I'm sorry, it's the assets 523, 343, 361.
Jesus.
What is it? $523 million?
That doesn't sound accurate. I'm
Well-
not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I show you the forfeiture.
Yes.
that the federal government filed against the Cochrans. Can I approach?
Yes, you may.
I always suck at math. Would you please read
I always suck at maths.
this? The Cochrans listed their assets as how much?
Yes. I'm sorry. Listed as 522,091,571, and that is
Jesus.
that was not true.
I didn't ask you whether it was true. It's in the federal forfeiture proceedings.
Yes.
And it was signed by the assistant U.S. attorney. You think she made it up?
No.
somehow?
No.
Well, so they listed assets to the tune of $500 billion with a B, like boy, $1 billion.
Yes.
Let's say,
Good scheme.
Mr. Bledsoe, that I'm coming home and my wife tells me, well, our assets are $500 million today. Shouldn't I be surprised?
Yes, I would be surprised and
So
question it.
Mr. Cochrane looks at these assets that are listed. We have $500 million in assets. What the heck are we doing in West Virginia? We should be somewhere, I don't know, in Monte Carlo, some other place. $500 million.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he didn't know about all these assets?
I don't know if he listed that or not. This document was filed in July of 2019 after Mr. Cochran's death.
Well, these assets, these $500 million.
They'd accumulated them by then.
I mean, you know the saying, Rome wasn't built in one day.
I know.
$523 million did not grow in the bank or wherever it was in one day, right?
No, that information came from documentation that the defendant had tried to use as part of the federal indictment in which he was charged.
Well, as we agreed before, my gal was a pretty bad girl, right? My client here, she was a fraud, right?
I'm not here to judge anyone, sir.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you a couple of questions in regard to your testimony here today. You said that you were surprised. You found it odd when my client told you that her husband used to inject himself with insulin, right?
Yes,
Especially that it was in the back, right?
that's correct.
And you found the word back somewhat objectionable, right? You found it odd.
Yes, it didn't seem
is
like
odd.
something that I expected to hear.
Or maybe she was just trying to be polite. Maybe she didn't want to use the word hip or leg, or maybe a good old word butt. Or maybe, for that matter, the word that starts with an A and has 3 letters in it. Maybe she was just trying to be polite. And she said, well, it was in the back.
That's what she said, yes.
Yeah. That did not really seem odd to you, did it? It
Yeah,
didn't seem odd that it seemed odd that he would inject himself with insulin?
It seemed odd to me, yes, because he was not a diabetic that I was aware of, and I had never heard of anyone injecting themselves with insulin for workout or
Never.
bodybuilding purposes. No, sir, I'd never heard.
Never. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You testified on direct here that you found it suspicious that my client and Michael did not go to the meeting with that fine banker that just testified here a couple of days ago. You found it odd.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, they were supposed to go and meet the banker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
But they didn't because Natalie was sick.
That's correct.
That's correct. And would it surprise you if you knew that the account wasn't even open? There was nothing to discuss about the account.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And for that matter, do you have any idea that Natalie went to the doctor not on the day when Mr. Cochrane collapsed in his home, but the day before? Did you know that?
Yes, she went on the 5th and the 6th.
So she went there on the 5th and on the 6th, and she complained about all kinds of problems, bad enough for the doctor to give her a shot and give her medication, right?
All right. So,
I think that's
okay. Now that gets back to my theory. If she was unwell, and that she presented to the doctors 2 days in a row because it was something to do with gastrointestinal upset. Then my money's on Addison's disease. And they missed it. And it was purely accidental.
Accurate, yes.
Okay. So all of these shenanigans which you accuse her of, including not being able to go to meet the banker in Virginia and all that, can be simply explained by the fact that she was ill or sick, and the doctor who gave her the medication pretty much told her to stay in bed. And she was really genuinely ill or genuinely sick. Wouldn't that be a fair explanation, sir?
I don't know what the physician may have told her, but I know that Mr. Cochrane was trying to continue that trip without her, along with Mr. Davis if necessary.
And for that matter, did you know that Mr. Cochrane himself didn't want to go without Natalie?
I believe he indicated that he would prefer that she go.
He indicated that he wanted to go with Natalie, and that's why he didn't go. Not because he had some suspicion that she was going to execute him that day, right?
No, he wanted to go to the Bank of America to try to find out why he was not receiving the funds that he thought he had been told that $1.4 billion was going to be deposited into that account after February the 1st.
Could it be that maybe because he bought himself a 1964 Cobra, there was no money in that account?
The Cobra, I believe, was purchased before there was any dealing with Bank of America.
Maybe because he bought himself a couple of nice motorcycles. That's why there was no money in that account.
I don't know why there's no money in that account. Well, actually, I do know why there was no money in that account, because the basis for any funding coming to that account, as you heard from Mr. Nixon as well, was that it was supposed to be coming from payments for government contracts and returns on investments. The contracts were never
Bledsoe.
done, and there was no money ever coming.
Mr. Bledsoe, did you listen to that banker? There was no account, was there? There was no account, was there?
I don't
They
know if
haven't
I don't know if the
established
account was, that was the process. He explained, the way I understood his explanation is they were in the process of trying to open an account, and he had vetted the information that he was provided by the
Bledsoe,
defendant.
as we stand here today, as I stand here today, as you sit there, as you remember the testimony of that banker, there was no account. You can be in the process of doing something, but that doesn't make it necessarily so, sir. They had no account. True?
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay. You're telling us that they had the bank in Virginia already established, and they were ready to pounce on the banker in Virginia to figure out why there was no money there. Is that what it was? Is that your testimony?
That Michael Cochran was wanting to travel to that bank and meet with Mr. Nixon to try to find out why there was no money in that account.
As the lead investigator in this case, show the jury any document that would establish that the account in the Virginia, Lynchburg, Virginia bank was already in existence. Can you do that?
I can,
Yes or no?
as I'm sitting here right now, I can't.
No, you cannot do it because they needed what is known as wet signatures, right? The signatures in writing.
Yes, I remember that.
Many banks require that a person appear in person to open an account.
Yes, Michael Cochran had told the defendant that since she was sick, he would travel on and get that signature information and bring it back so she could sign hers as well. He was determined to get this done.
He was determined, and yet he didn't go. Right? Okay. Now, that little bottle of the substance that you testified to was not insulin, that you received from Mr. and Mrs. Bolt. What was it?
I can't pronounce the name that the chemist from the FBI lab called it, identified it as.
Anaclophamine, if I pronounce it, that probably mispronounce it with my inflection anyway. So anaclophamine?
That was how it was labeled. But you asked me about the substance in the bottle, I believe, and that was identified to be something different than the label.
Well, that was the substance to fight the waning testosterone, right?
I don't know what that's for.
Well, you investigated this case. You're claiming that my client killed her husband with a substance, and you would not be curious to know the effects of the medication that you just found?
Yes, that's exactly why we submitted it for testing.
Okay, well, so now you know that this substance is designed to, help the macho man, be a macho man, the testosterone medication, right?
I can't say that I know that personally. I can say that what I heard testified to here by the chemist, that would be the basis of my knowledge of that.
And
substance.
certainly that could not be the medication that killed this guy, because that medication makes a person combative, right?
Your Honor, he's asking him to testify as to medical knowledge that he has clearly stated he does not have.
You don't know what that medication is.
Sustained.
Right, fine.
I do have limited
Oh, no
knowledge.
questions pending. You testified on direct that you believe that Natalie's statement concerning her cancer is false.
In the context of the time that it was being reported by her, I believe my testimony was that I hadn't obtained any evidence to support that.
Well, did you get any evidence from Duke University?
I believe we subpoenaed, off the top of my head, I can't remember without reviewing it, but I believe we did subpoena some documents from Duke.
And did she have anything that resembled cancer?
I don't recall
I
that.
don't recall. Now, did you know that she first went to the Cleveland Clinic?
I remember references to the Cleveland Clinic in the text messages,
Right.
but I don't know if she ever actually went there. I don't think we subpoenaed any documentation from Cleveland Clinic.
And do you know whether she was accepted or rejected there?
No, I do not know that.
And if she was rejected for such insidious purpose as lack of insurance, that still would not change the fact that she may have had cancer, right?
I can't answer that.
And if she then went to Duke, you don't know whether she had cancer or not. You're just speculating here.
No, I'm basing my answer off of documents I
By the way,
reviewed
how did you get into her medical records, sir?
with a subpoena.
With a subpoena? So which doctors did you subpoena for her medical records?
There were quite a few. I would have to see a list of those to actually recite them back, but there were several.
And you're testifying here today that she was, and at least from your surreptitious review of her medical records, that she is a model of health.
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Well, what's wrong with her? What was wrong with her at that time?
The one thing that I do recall that I remember from that is that she was having treatment for some type of heart issue and a heart ablation.
Did you obtain the records from Mount General Oncology?
Again, possible, but I don't can't remember that
Well,
without
I mean,
having a list of them.
I think we all know what oncology means, right?
Did you say oncology?
Oncology, yeah.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that word.
Yeah. That's one of the worst words that you ever want to hear in your life, right?
Yes, it is.
That's a place that deals with cancer, with an illness for which there is no universal care, sir, right? And if that woman went to Mount Oncology, she wasn't there to ask for candy. She went there to ask for medical advice concerning a condition which may end up her life. True?
I don't know. I can't speak to those
And you
records or a visit if I can't.
And you don't
see it.
know, yet stubbornly, you refuse to acknowledge that this woman may have had a condition of which you have no clue, no idea, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that based on the information that I had and was provided, I didn't see anything that indicated that.
Did you ever submit it to any doctors for any review of Ms. Cochran's medical conditions? Or you just evaluated it yourself?
I don't believe I think the only records that we submitted to any doctors were for Mr. Cochrane.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit about, you said several times that based on my investigation, remember saying that several times?
I do.
You do. Well, who lived in Cochrane's household in the year of, let's say, 2018?
I can't say for certain who actually lived in the household. I was never in their household.
All right,
in
let me make it
2008.
simple. Do they have any children?
Yes,
Did you interview any of these children?
I did.
However many children they had?
I did not.
You did not. Wouldn't that be an invaluable source of information concerning their lifestyles, drug consumption at home, health of their parents? Would have been, and these children are now, one of them is still 17, but one is 20. So a couple of years ago, they were still 15, 13, 14. You could have asked them all kinds of questions, but you didn't interview them, did you?
No, we did not.
No. Did you know, and I'm going to refer to these texts. Oh, by the way, let me ask you this. Do you have any idea whether Michael Cochrane was a dominant figure in the marriage? Or was it Natalie Cochran who was dominant in that marriage?
I can offer no observation on that either way.
If I told you that in August of 2018, the phone that Natalie Cochran had was actually taken from her by her husband, would you believe that?
I don't know whether to believe it or not. I don't know the source of that information.
Would I, if I told you that Mr. Cochrane controlled Miss Cochran's use of the computer, would you have any evidence to contradict that?
That he controlled her use?
Control the use of the computers at home?
No.
Would you have any evidence to contradict that Mr. Cochrane actually had the phone that belonged to Mrs. Cochrane for about 2 months before he even let her use it again?
I have no information about that.
And would you have any information to contradict the proposition that these messages that you played were actually sent by Mr. Cochrane rather than Mrs. Cochrane?
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe it. All right. In your thorough investigation of this case, and since you have such knack for getting medical records, did you obtain the medical records of Mr. Cochrane's?
Yes, we did obtain several medical records for Mr. Cochrane.
What happened to him in 2017?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, did he have a back surgery in 2017? Do you recall that from looking at this?
Actually, I believe I recall that from hearing it here during this proceeding.
Well, you have any reason to doubt that?
Doubt that he had a back surgery?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And I think we've established it already that on October 31st, Mr. Cochrane went to the hospital with some mysterious conditions that couldn't be accounted for.
Yes.
And those conditions may have involved convulsions, maybe epilepsy, right? Whatever it was serious.
I recall that there were numerous suspicious, or I guess symptoms would be a better word, that were part of that. But my recollection of that is that there was no clear diagnosis.
That was my question. Did you hear about October 31st? Went to the hospital.
Correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And his conditions, and by the way, you knew from your thorough investigation of this case that Michael Cochrane hated hospitals with an unbridled passion.
I wouldn't characterize that.
He hated hospitals. All right.
I can't say that I know that.
Did he want to stay in the hospital from all your investigation?
No.
No. But soon enough, on November 2nd, he was again in the hospital, only this time for 5 days, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for 5 days, which hospital was it, by the way?
I don't know. I can't remember if it was Memorial or General, but it was Charleston Area Medical Center.
Not a bad hospital, is it?
It's a fine, very fine hospital.
And these fine doctors there could not really determine what it was. They claimed there was a mold exposure and all of that, but he had the conditions that didn't have anything to do with mold, right?
Yes.
And those conditions, and we've been through it already on one examination of one officer, convulsive epilepticus. So he may have had epilepsy, right?
I think there was a whole list of things that might have
Yes, encephalopathy, which is what?
been. I don't know.
Okay, respiratory failure, seizure, altered mental state, enlarged heart. Now, those are serious conditions, right?
Yes.
And he was vomiting. He had fever, rash, dizziness. Oh, urinary retention. He couldn't go to the bathroom. A sepsis could have set in. That's serious, isn't it?
Yes.
Chronic sinusitis. He couldn't breathe on top of that. Serious stuff. So he stayed in the hospital. And then when he came out of the hospital, isn't it true that he told everybody he was not going back? True or not?
I don't know. I have been told that, yes.
Yeah. And you knew that he was using supplements, right?
I don't know that. I was told that by the defendant.
Okay. Well, you did. You looked at his computers and all of that, right? Or their computers, his computers, when you did the search.
Yes, we did seize computers and cell phones.
Well, Mr. Cochrane started in 2017, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, corresponding with the Advocare International. What was that company?
I'm not familiar with that company.
Well, maybe not too many people are familiar with it, Detective, because that was one of the companies that may have provided him with the substances that the American government wouldn't want to know about. Did you?
Sorry, peeps. We've got some really dodgy next door neighbours, and my ring cam just went off. Sorry, it had to go. Now, I just heard him say that he was unwell, vomiting. Did I not?
This case that Michael Cochrane hated hospitals with
Hey,
an
Alan.
unbridled
Good
passion.
morning, darling.
I wouldn't characterize
Okay,
that.
he hated hospitals.
I can't say that I know that.
Did he want to stay in the hospital from all your investigation?
No.
No. But soon enough, on November 2nd, he was again in the hospital, only this time for 5 days, right?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And for 5 days, which hospital was it, by the way?
I don't know. I can't remember if it was Memorial or General, but it was Charleston Area Medical Center.
Not a bad hospital, is it?
It's a fine, very fine hospital.
And these fine doctors
Oh, my hair.
could not really determine what it was. They claimed there was a mold exposure and all of that, but he had the conditions
Mhm.
that didn't have anything to do with mold,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
And those conditions, and we've been through it already on one examination of one officer, convulsive epilepticus. So he may have had epilepsy,
Nope.
right?
I think there was a whole list of things that might have
Yes, encephalopathy, which is what?
been. I don't know.
Fluid on the brain.
Okay, respiratory failure, seizure, altered mental state, enlarged heart. Now, those are serious conditions, right?
Yes.
And he was vomiting. He had fever, rash, dizziness. Oh, urinary retention. He couldn't go to the bathroom. A sepsis could have set in. That's serious, isn't it?
Yes.
chronic sinusitis. He couldn't breathe on top of that. Serious stuff. So he stayed in the hospital. And then when he came out of the hospital, isn't it true that he told everybody he was not going back? True or not?
I don't know. I have been told that, yes.
Yeah. And you knew that he was using supplements, right?
I don't know that. I was told that by the defendant.
Okay.
You know what? I'm fucking right. It fits. It fits everything. Now, if he's had vomiting and diarrhea, that is a trigger of what's called an Addisonian crisis or an adrenal crisis. Okay? Now, what causes your adrenal gland to not function? The use of corticosteroids. He's been injecting himself with corticosteroids. Okay, so he's been damaging his adrenal gland to the point where it is no longer working, and they haven't picked it up. And so he's gone into this crisis, and it mimics exactly the same as a diabetic coma. And the corticosteroids will affect your blood sugar. All right, so where are we? Adrenal crisis can be a manifestation of previously undiagnosed adrenal failure. Patients taking glucocorticoid, that one, across any route, being used to treat a variety of medical conditions can cause this adrenal insufficiency by suppressing the hypothalamo-pituitary adrenal axis. It's the pituitary stimulates the adrenal gland to work. The Society for Endocrinology has endorsed a joint guidance document written together with the specialist pharmacy services. Adrenal crisis can also occur in patients with known adrenal insufficiency if existing cortisol replacement does not meet the needs, e.g. due to illness with fever, persistent vomiting or diarrhea, preparation for invasive diagnostic procedures. Yeah, I've got to have extra cortisone and stuff before I do any of that. To prevent adrenal crisis in these situations, hydrocortisone needs to be administered and maintained, which is why I have to take them every day. Wow. Now, if the medical doctors aren't specifically looking for that because they don't know he's on these corticosteroids, they're just thinking insulin, diabetes. They've narrowed it down to that, and they're not looking any further. I want to see what let me go back. The more that I think about it. All right, signs and symptoms. It's a life-threatening condition which your adrenal glands... Oh, you're not seeing it. Hang on. Share screen. Okay, it's a life-threatening condition in which your adrenal glands don't make enough cortisol. Causes include damage to your adrenal glands and other stresses. Symptoms include abdominal pain, fatigue, and weakness. Healthcare providers can diagnose an adrenal crisis with different blood tests, but if they're not testing for it, they won't find it. Adrenal crisis is a condition in which your adrenal glands don't make enough of the hormone cortisol. It's a life-threatening complication of adrenal insufficiency or Addison's disease. If you suspect that you have an adrenal crisis, reach out. Your adrenal glands just above each kidney. They're small and shaped like triangles. They make hormones called cortisol. Hormones are chemicals that coordinate different functions in your body by carrying messages through your blood to your organs, skin, blah, blah, blah. Cortisol affects almost every organ and tissue in your body. Some of its functions include regulating your body's stress response. Yep, like I was saying yesterday, that fight or flight I don't get. Well, I do, but I get zapped and end up in bed for 2 days because I've got no backup supplies. All the sugar stored in my cells, gone. Helping control your metabolism, correct. Suppressing inflammation, regulating blood pressure, regulating blood sugar. An adrenal crisis may cause a lack of blood flow. Shock progresses quickly and may damage your organs. Without treatment, up to 20% of people in shock may die from an adrenal crisis. It may also cause seizures and a coma. Adrenal crises aren't common. Studies estimate that 40% of people with an adrenal insufficiency will have an adrenal crisis. Adrenal insufficiencies affect 1 in 100,000 people. So it's not on their radar. Symptoms include abdominal pain or pain in your side, long-lasting fatigue, loss of appetite, weakness, and unexplained weight loss, diarrhea, dehydration. Warning signs of adrenal crisis may include dehydration, diarrhea, dizziness, confusion, lightheadedness, fainting or coma, fever, headache, joint pain, low blood glucose. She didn't inject him. Sorry. He stopped taking the cortisol, not knowing that his adrenal gland was fucked. I know I can't prove it, but you mark my fucking words. I'm telling you now. I would lay money. Lots of it. Lots and lots.
Well, you did. You looked at his computers and all of that.
This is still going. This trial's still going. I know that the state, like I would be that convinced that I would try and ring those attorneys. I would. How the fuck do I get in contact with them? Like, I shit you not. I seriously would. All right, I'm going to have to look at that.
Right? Or their computers, his computers, when you did the search.
Yes, we did seize computers and cell phones.
Well, Mr. Cochrane started in 2017, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, corresponding with the Advocare International. What was that company?
I'm not familiar with that company.
Well, maybe not too many people are familiar with it, Detective, because that was one of the companies that may have provided him with the substances that the American government wouldn't want to know about. Did you check it out?
No, I did not.
Okay. How about, well, we know Amazon.com, KYDC LLC. He started that in 2015. What did he purchase from them?
What year was that?
2015. I think he started in 2015.
We wouldn't have looked at it. Was been outside the scope, I think, of anything we were looking at.
Well, but yet you're charging this woman with murder by poison, and you don't want to know what kind of substances this man had after you found 2 suspicious substances in their home?
Well, I knew that one suspicious substance, the enclomiphene citrate, well, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate. The defendant, the first time I interviewed her, told me that Michael Cochrane, had overdosed on that morning on the 6th, and that's what led to his condition and ultimate death.
Well, obviously, you have, well, we'll come to that in a second. You have no evidence, sir, that she injected him with anything. You don't have any of that evidence, do you? You don't have any punctures. You don't have any syringes. You don't have any of it, do you?
You see any punctures in
On his body?
No,
You don't have any syringes?
no.
No. And you also know, in your thorough investigation of this case, that Humalog, and you heard this testimony as you were sitting here today, acts in a delayed fashion. 15 to 30 minutes after somebody's injected, that insulin takes effect. Yes or no? You heard that. Yes or no?
I'm trying to remember what was testified to, and I don't want to sit here and try to repeat testimony, but I want to answer your question. That sounds consistent with what was testified to here earlier.
And so I kind of want to know, Detective, if the events of February the 6th somehow comport with what you believe them to be. On the 6th of February, I submit to you that my client is alone in a house with Michael Cochrane, right? In the morning.
At some time that morning, yes, they both returned to the home and were there together alone.
Kids go to school. She goes to a doctor. He goes to a coffee place, Starbucks, and they're happily at home. Now, I submit to you that she comes from, say, he's in the kitchen, and she stabs him or jabs him with a syringe full of insulin. He doesn't drop to the floor immediately, does he?
I would have no way of answering that.
Well, you heard the testimony here of the experts. That insulin has a delayed reaction, 15 to 30 minutes, right?
Yes, I believe that's what the doctor
So
said.
this woman jabs him, this athlete, and this little girl stabs him with that insulin, and his reaction is, "Thank you, honey. May I have another one?" Now, come on, Detective. She would stab him, and his first reaction was, "What the heck was that?"
Mm-hmm.
Actually, she told me that he had been sleeping for 45 minutes to an hour prior to his medical event that morning.
Mm-hmm.
But we've established that it could not have happened in the bed upstairs, could it?
She said he was sleeping on the couch.
So she injected him, and he didn't wake up, right? Is that
Nope.
your testimony?
Nope.
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, so she jabs him in the kitchen, and he has 15 minutes to half an hour to react to it, and he does nothing? Is that your testimony here today? He
No.
does nothing but drops on the floor after waiting for half an hour?
No, that's not my testimony.
Well, wouldn't it a normal person who got jabbed, and by the way, that could not have happened in silence. It would be one of those, "You son of a gun, I'm gonna
Yep.
stab you, I'm gonna kill you, you've done this to me," or whatever. That usually doesn't happen in silence, that type of action. If I stab you, I wouldn't be doing it in silence, would I? So this woman stabs him, true? And then he has 15 minutes to 30 minutes to react.
Objection, Your Honor, this is entirely speculation. He's placing testimony in the witness's mouth.
Well, I think we've gone too far
Okay.
along this line. Let's
right.
please move on, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bledsoe, she wasn't there in the apartment in her house with just Michael. Soon enough, there were about 9 people milling around that house, right? 2 workers, right?
Yes, Mr. Bowen and Mr. Miller were the first to arrive
Okay.
sometime between, I think, around close to 12:30.
Who else?
John Hamilton arrived shortly after they did.
The sister also.
I'm not sure exactly what time she got there.
But she did get
It was
there.
later in the day.
With her boyfriend.
Yes.
And then there was Mr. Davis. So
Finally, yes.
So let me propose this scenario for you. The defendant, who is planning to kill her husband, goes to Miss Davis and asks for a murder weapon, right? The insulin.
There was a text between them where the defendant procured a bottle of insulin from Miss Davis, yes.
So if she, for example, wanted to kill him with a gun, she wouldn't have obtained a gun from a third person, right?
Objection, Your Honor,
All right.
speculation.
Assistant.
Okay? Would you agree with me, Mr. Bledsoe, that she just brought 2 people into the potential case against her by asking for the insulin and having the insulin delivered by another person to her home? So now she has 2 witnesses against her, right?
The witnesses could be for or against her.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that all of these people who came later to the house could also be the witnesses against her? Right?
As I stated, for or against.
You heard the testimony that this type of medication cannot kill, that this type of medication, the Humalog, is not a deadly substance.
Your Honor, that was not anyone's testimony.
Just ask.
Right? You don't have any evidence to suggest, Officer Bledsoe, that my client injected Mr. Cochrane later in the day when all of these people were present. Do you?
I think the evidence that was testified to by Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe support the theory that was possible. Yes.
Possible? Then I will ask you here today and under oath, sir. Point me in the direction of my client injecting anybody with insulin while all these 7 or 8 or 9 people were present. What time, under what circumstances, where, and with what syringe and what insulin? Point it to the jury. Tell the jury.
I can't answer that.
Because you don't know. You don't have any of that evidence, do you?
Just refer to my previous answer about the evidence.
All right. No. Hold on. We'll get to it. At the time of, you remember that this case had been dismissed once, pending the second, the autopsy, right?
Which autopsy are you referring to, sir?
Well, the second autopsy upon the second exhumation of Mr. Cochrane.
I wasn't a part of the second exhumation in any way.
Okay? At the time this case was indicted in 2023, all your evidence suggested that there was no insulin involved in this case. True?
No,
No?
that's not true.
Well, medical evidence by Dr. Kubitschek. What did it tell you?
You have to be more specific which medical
Well, you heard him
evidence.
testify. There was no evidence of the intentional homicide, right?
I believe his report reflected that it was undetermined.
Right. Prior to Dr. Krieger and her involvement in this case, point me to the evidence, medical evidence, that insulin was involved in this case. You don't have any.
I think the blood glucose level of Michael Cochrane would be considered medical evidence that
When and by whom?
at Raleigh General Hospital on the February the 6th date when he was taken there.
Show me the evidence that would indicate that, I'll show the jury the evidence, that the Raleigh General Hospital believed Michael's death as a homicide or suspicious for homicide.
That was not.
I agree. The court has to sustain the objection.
Okay. Then you have Dr. Krieger, whom the prosecutor hired, and Dr. Uribe, and these two came up with the concept of insulin injection being the murder weapon, right?
I don't believe I heard either one of them testify that to a murder weapon.
Well, then, from your thorough investigation of this case, Mr. Bledsoe, how was this poison administered?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. Now, I want to ask you something else. You testified in this case, that, and you testified before the grand jury, right? In this case.
Yes, sir.
And the gist of your testimony before the grand jury was that Michael was about to find out the whole scope of my client's financial improprieties, right?
Are you referring directly to my grand jury testimony?
Well, I mean, all right, forget your grand jury. You believe that Michael was about to find out about my client being a dishonest fraud who deceived even him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And somehow she killed him because he was going to do what? He was going to run to the feds. He was going to expose her. He was going to kill her himself. What the heck was he going to do when he learned all of this?
I have no way of knowing. I never got the opportunity to ask him.
Well, but Mr. Bledsoe, we are looking at a person who has been married to his high school sweetheart for 17 years, who has 2 children with her, and all of a sudden he finds out that this sweetheart is cheating. She's a fraud, right? Well, first reaction, wouldn't the first reaction be, well, let's talk about it, honey. What happened? Let's think about it. Let's call a lawyer, right?
Your Honor, we're speculating again.
Well,
We're going down the road that we probably shouldn't. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
she had no reason to kill him because we have no idea what this man would have done, even if she told him, honey, I'm a cheat, she had no reason to kill him.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
No, she had a reason to kill him because he was going to do what? He was going to kill her? What the heck? Officer, come on.
No, I never said that he was going to kill her.
Well, what was he going to do? So that she had to take such a drastic measure as to kill him.
Objection, Your Honor. This has already been asked and answered. He said already that he did not know what Michael was going to do because he never got a chance to ask him.
I'll allow that question to stand. Answer if you can, officer.
Could you repeat that, please?
What would he do if he learned that she was a cheat?
I don't know what he would have done.
Okay. Now, you talked to several witnesses in this case, including Mr. Treadway, right?
Mr. Treadway?
Yes.
That's not correct.
You didn't?
I sure wanted to and attempted to, but he refused to. He refused to meet and speak with me.
Okay. How about Mr. Bowen?
Could you be more Jason Bowen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did Mr. Oh, let me see. Where's Mr. Bowen's testimony? Did Mr. Bowen tell you that in February of 2019, shortly before Michael's death, Michael appeared foggy, out of it, loopy? You remember that?
Is that being taken directly from an interview that I did with him?
Yeah, it is. You
Yes,
can play it. And you
yes.
remember it now?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Okay. That
Sorry.
Michael was sweating. Michael was off balance. Michael wasn't himself. Remember that?
I don't remember it verbatim, though, but that sounds consistent. Yes.
You remember a situation when Mr. Davis testified that Michael, I think it was in January of 2019, Michael was doing some kind of a job.
I just sent them an email. That's how fucking positive I am. I might actually give Steve a quick call because he's in West Virginia. I've got their number. All right. I'm going to try and call him. So I'll keep this running, but I'll be offline. Like I'll be sitting here. I'll just be on the phone. Well, I'll be back.
Repairing somebody's light fixtures, right?
I believe he was assisting Mr. Davis with the installation of a ceiling fan, as I recall.
And appeared to be completely out of it.
No, that's not accurate.
Now he was confused.
I don't remember exactly how Mr. Davis described that. I know he wasn't overly concerned about it because he laughed and told me, he said, but man, he said, we got the ceiling fan installed. So it didn't rise to a level of great concern for Mr. Davis, but he felt it was necessary for us to know that.
Do you remember talking to Michael Davis about this case?
To who? I'm sorry.
To Michael, I'm sorry, to Chris Davis.
Chris Davis, yes.
Do you remember having Mr. Davis advising you that Michael Cochran in February of 2019 appeared to mentally struggle while assisting him with the installation of a ceiling fan?
Yes, that's what I just described.
That's in your report.
Yes.
He also described Mr. Cochran as having outbursts of stress and anger. And he never observed that before, Michael. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You knew that Michael was using all kinds of supplements, right?
I didn't know that. I was told that by the defendant, yes.
Well, Mr. Bowen, for that matter, told you that Michael took as many as 35 supplements a day. We can play that statement.
If you're saying that came from his statement, then yes, I'll agree with that.
Mr. Bowen also said that Michael used a dropper to administer enclophamine. Remember that? He would take a couple of drops at a time.
Did he name that specific substance?
Substance being discussed, and the substance being discussed, from what I understand, was enclophamine.
I don't recall that directly, but
Okay.
if
Now, do you remember a witness, and I think it was maybe Mr. Bowen, who told you that Michael got confused in a grocery store, didn't know where he was, couldn't recognize his car in the parking lot?
I believe that, I'm not sure where the location was. I believe the way he characterized that is Mr. Cochrane couldn't remember where he parked his vehicle.
I see. Did you know that Michael Cochran apparently hated Panera Bread, the restaurant?
No, I did
No,
not.
of course. And a witness testified, the testimony would be that he actually went there and didn't know where he was. Would that surprise you?
Who said that?
That would be Mr. Treadway.
Again, I would have been glad to talk to Mr. Treadway, but he refused.
Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to say, Mr. Bledsoe, that Michael wasn't himself the last couple of months between the time he was in a hospital and the time when he actually collapsed in a home?
Yes, I believe that's fair to say. He was definitely exhibiting signs, I think, of stress and over not being able to find out where his money was that was supposed to be in the bank.
Sure, I understand that. But he also exhibited some serious illnesses, and he was prescribed some serious medication. And I'd like to ask you whether you know whether he was ever diagnosed with seizures and acute encephalopathy.
I don't recall
No?
if he was specifically diagnosed with that or not.
Well, did you read the report of Dr. Ward? I mean, it's in the document. Just give it to us. You gave it to us.
I'm sure that, yes, that I reviewed those documents. It's been many years ago and sitting here right now to recall it off the top of my head.
So if he had an acute condition of seizures, encephalopathy, and was prescribed medication that I probably cannot even pronounce, lamotrigine, serious medication against seizures, anticonvulsant, would that surprise you? He had that condition?
Without actually seeing the documents and being able to know exactly how it's phrased and see the exact verbiage, I can't really say if it would surprise me or not. I know he sought treatment and was treated for various symptoms and possibilities of different medical conditions, but I don't ever remember seeing a clear diagnosis that definitively said this is exactly what's wrong with Michael Cochran.
He was treated to the extent that he refused to take the medication. Did you know that?
I have been told that.
You've been told that. He refused to take what medication, sir?
It was referred to as seizure medication.
That's not good, is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes or so. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room now. All right, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. I don't need to admonish you again, Lieutenant.
What's with the porn music? Sorry. I can't let that lie if I let that go. and did nothing about it, I would never forgive myself. Steve's at the doctor's with his son, so I've messaged him and I've emailed the firm. Hopefully they see it before the end of this trial. If nothing else, just to go through the medical records and check if he was tested for it at the very least.
Oh, I can't say either way, if it is or it isn't.
Okay, if I may,
I could get that expert witness back, one of the that medical examiner back, and put it to him and say, was he tested for this? Could this have been a possible explanation for the symptoms and what went on?
the exhibit.
Very well.
What time is it over there? Is it 10:15?
Can you get insulin over the counter?
I really don't know. I've heard conflicting answers
Got
on
nothing to
that.
do with it.
Okay. Can a pharmacist get insulin over the counter, or if she's planning a murder with insulin, can we maybe like take some from the supplies of the pharmacy where she's working?
We speaking hypothetically?
Well, let's say, can a pharmacist have access to insulin?
I would imagine a pharmacist can if they're dispensing it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And if somebody wants to use insulin as a murder weapon, they can obtain it without any major suspicion or any major problems.
As long as they are actually employed as a pharmacist and actively working as a
Okay.
pharmacist.
Or if they know people in the pharmacy business, and maybe they can get some on the slide.
I would hope not, but I guess it's possible.
And they may not necessarily need to ask the neighbor for the insulin, but they can get themselves over the counter.
I can't answer that question.
Do you know what kind of insulin you can get over the counter?
No, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't that be one of your basic questions before you accused my client of murdering Mr. Cochrane with insulin?
Your client told me that she could buy insulin over the counter in one of the interviews that I did with her.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second.
Very well.
Oh. I know one better.
That's all the questions I have of this witness.
All right, redirect.
And I will go ahead and advise the court, since I will need help, I'm going to need the projector again.
I'm sorry?
I will go ahead and advise that I will need help with the projector again.
Oh, okay.
Why is it coming up in my scent? Oh, that was my stomach info. What are they doing?
Your Honor, may we approach on one of the proposed exhibits?
Oh, Lord. See a fucking thing. All right. Okay. I've sent him the phone number. I've sent him the information, and I've sent him the question to ask. Hopefully, they can get in touch with him. Steve's in West Virginia as well. My email didn't go through for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why this guy's still on the stand. He's a
Now,
state
the defense
trooper.
counsel told you that the Bank of America account was never opened. Is that right?
That's correct.
What does this check tell you?
That it's a check printed with Bank of America, an account number on the bottom, Tactical Solutions Group LLC. And it appears to be a check that was written for deposit only to another account.
But it is the Bank of America check.
It is, yes.
Now, during your investigation, you saw texts between the defendant and Michael Cochran during the time that he allegedly had her phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what a nootropic source is, from your understanding?
It was included, I believe, either on the bottle of clomiphene or on orders that I saw for the bottles of clomiphene.
The clomiphene wasn't in there. It was penicillin. It was steroid. What's a V card?
Now, Lieutenant Bledsoe, is that your email signature at the top of the page?
Yes, it is.
Was this email sent to you?
It was.
And who was it sent from?
It was sent from the defendant.
And what does that tell you about who between the Cochranes was interacting with nootropic source?
I'm going to object. This message doesn't tell him anything.
I think we have to sustain the objection. You could rephrase the statement.
This is further down on the same email. I'm sorry. This was forwarded, right?
Yes.
Does this tell you who was attempting to order the clomiphene?
Yes, the defendant.
Are you at all familiar with insulin needles?
No.
So you wouldn't know about the size of that needle at all, right?
No.
Now, I know the defense counsel repeatedly asked you for direct evidence of our murder investigation, which we repeatedly stated that we don't have, right?
Correct.
What circumstantial evidence led you to charge the defendant with murder?
I'm going to object as asked and answered at least twice.
I don't believe it has been, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll permit it.
What circumstantial evidence do you have that led you to believe the defendant committed the murder of Michael Cochran?
The actions of Michael Cochran and the text messages between Michael Cochran and the defendant.
And it was your testimony earlier that the defendant, in fact, told you that Michael was, quote, doing the best he's ever done in his life. Is that right?
That's correct.
The morning of February 6th, did Natalie purport to get both herself and Michael medications?
She did.
And just for clarification, who's that text message from?
It's from the defendant to Michael Cochran.
And lastly, was Natalie Cochran employed as a pharmacist at the time of Michael's death?
No, she was not.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'd like to have this a bit more States Exhibit number 30. During this time, I would ask that State Exhibits 28, 29, and 30 be entered in evidence.
Any objection?
I object to the exhibit previously mentioned. I don't know what the number is. 28,
For the reasons stated,
for the reason stated. at the
All
bench
right.
conference.
I'm going to admit 28, 29, and 30, 28 over the defense objection, but I'll reserve acceptance.
I have no further questions, do I?
All right, recross, Mr. Victor.
May I see 28, please? I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 and tell the jury what it is.
It appears to be copies of checks that were written on an account at Bank of America for the Business Tactical Solutions Group, LLC.
Would you tell the jury if there are any checks written while Michael Cochrane was alive?
Give me just a second to review. I don't see any, no, sir.
So after Michael Cochrane's death, would it be fair to say that the defendant opened the account and wrote the checks on it as part of her fraud?
No,
No? Show me the evidence, if you can, that my client opened that account prior to February 5th or 6th, the flight to Lynchburg, Virginia. Show me any evidence that she opened that account prior to that date.
during my interview with Mr. Nexon, that was what I understood him.
Christine, you haven't taken any of those streams down. I can't redirect who I need to redirect to because the screen's full. I can't go past your name. You need to go back into StreamYard and delete some of them so I can get past your name.
And to relay to me was that she had contacted their bank, the defendant had contacted their bank for the purpose of opening an account.
Yeah, for the purposes of opening an account. I didn't ask you what the purpose was. I asked you whether they had an account open prior to February 6th of 2019.
I can't say if that account was open prior to that date or not.
And in fact, they were going there they were supposed to go there on the 6th to open the account because the banker, as he testified, needed their signatures, right?
I do recall him saying he needed their signatures, yes.
Well, then why are we beating around the bush? As far as you know, before the February 6th, 2019, that account wasn't open. That account was open later, after Michael's death.
I don't know that.
You don't know that. Fine.
Thank you.
Prosecutor asked you whether my client signing the checks told you anything about Michael Cochrane knowing or not knowing anything about his business. Is that a fair paraphrase of her question?
I want to answer that. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it. And I don't know if you could repeat it for me.
There was a question whether Michael knew anything about her business based on these checks. And you said you couldn't tell, right?
Yes.
So just because my client signed business checks after he died, because obviously he couldn't sign any more checks. That doesn't tell you what he knew or had known
Yep.
or didn't know or hadn't known about the business.
That was the whole purpose for his planned meeting at the Bank of America on the 6th, was to find out.
So the answer would be yes.
No, my answer is what I answered.
I see. And you said that you had no knowledge of nootropics?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said I recalled the term or the word from
Okay,
either the
Miss
bottle of
Bailey,
clomiphene
Discovery.
or documentation related to the order, which I have seen since. So it was one or the other, but I did recall that word. I just couldn't exactly remember exactly where.
And you testified on redirect that the messages between my client and her husband are circumstantial proof of her, because obviously he couldn't sign any more checks. That doesn't tell you what he knew or had known or didn't know or hadn't known about the business.
That was the whole purpose for his planned meeting at the Bank of America on the 6th, was to find out.
So the answer would be yes.
No, my answer is what I answered.
I see. And you said that you had no knowledge of nootropics?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said I recalled the term or the word from either the bottle of clomiphene or documentation related to the order, which I have seen since. So it was one or the other, but I did recall that word. I just couldn't exactly remember exactly where.
And you testified on redirect that the messages between my client and her husband are circumstantial proof of her murdering Michael Cochrane. Is that what you said?
I said his actions and the text messages, yes.
Actions and the text messages are circumstantial proof that she killed Mr. Cochrane.
They're circumstantial and go towards that proof, yes.
Going towards the proof, or are they the proof?
Yes, they're the proof.
They're the proof. Show me the message that you claim is the proof of circumstantial evidence of my client killing Michael Cochrane. Show me the one. Show the jury the one.
There's hundreds of them.
Hundreds of them.
Yes.
Well, show me number one.
I don't have them in front of me to show you.
Well, show me number two.
I don't have them here with me.
You're speculating, officer. All right, that's all I have.
After that.
Withdrawn.
All right, it is withdrawn. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask this be marked as the state's next exhibit. It has been shown to defense counsel.
Very well,
31 for this one, Your Honor.
thanks.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, what are the dates on this account summary from Bank of America?
It says for January 30th, 2019 to January 31st, 2019.
And what day did Michael Cochran die?
February the 11th, 2019.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I would ask that this be moved into evidence.
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted into evidence. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Victor?
Is it true, sir, that the bank will not open an account unless it has the wet signature of each and every signatory of the account?
Objection, Your Honor. That question should have been posed of the banker that testified. This witness has no way to answer that question.
Sustained.
All right? Did you hear the banker testifying to that effect?
No, I don't
Okay.
I don't recall that.
Wasn't that the purpose of Mr. and Mrs. Cochrane going to that bank in Virginia to sign off on that account, to open it formally by giving their signatures, putting their signatures to the opening documents of that account?
Mr. Cochrane had been told that he was going to be receiving $1.4 billion into that account, and he wanted to make sure.
Yes or no? It wasn't that the point of their trip to,
No, I don't believe it was.
you don't believe it was? That's all.
Anything further, Ms. Cochran?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, Ms. Cochran.
State rest, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury,
State
you
rests.
have heard it from the state themselves. They have rested their case. That means they have completed the presentation of their case in chief. This is a good stopping point insofar as you folks are concerned, and we will do that. I need to ask you a very important question. Would you like to have Chick-fil-A biscuits in the morning? I'm going to travel past Chick-fil-A and buy myself a chicken biscuit, and I'll get 14 more if you think that that would be desirable. All right, I will have them for you as a treat in the morning and as a little encouragement to come back tomorrow. Please watch yourselves tonight. Don't discuss this matter with family members or friends. They will try to put pressure on you to find out information about this case. We have so much time and effort invested in it now that we need to see it through. So do not watch anything on TV. Do not get online. Do not do any research. Do not listen to anything on the radio. Please keep your minds free and clear of all outside influences so that you'll be in a proper position to decide this case when the time comes. Thank you very much for being here promptly. I will see you first thing in the morning. We'll start up at 9 o'clock. I will have your chicken biscuits in your jury room at least by 8:30, maybe even earlier if I can get out of bed early in the morning. So I will see you tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Give me 1 second.
Your Honor,
Yes.
before we proceed further, could we approach the bench?
Yes.
All right, let me minimize that, get that over there. And is this the end of day 5? Got so many things open, it's ridiculous. Hang on, let me get rid of this and this and this and that. And that. All right. Okay, so basically the defense puts in the motion for an acquittal, as you do when the state rests, standard, and it was denied. So that's the end of today, well, day 5. Now, have we got a day 6 up there? Let me have a look, see. Yes, we do. Oh, she's taking the stand. Okay. Okay.
We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia.
Wow. All right. Oh, you can see that. Sweet.
Versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. As counsel is aware, Mr. Selden has been stricken by an illness. He is indisposed today.
I knew there was
He
something
may
wrong with him.
be joining us this afternoon or perhaps tomorrow, but he will not be here this morning for certain. I have to confirm with Ms. Cochran on the record that she is comfortable with going forward with.
Christine, you need to go into StreamYard and delete all the excess live streams, darling, because I need to get past your name when you're in StreamYard, it shows you the people that are live, running live at the moment, or got them upcoming, so that you can redirect your stream at the end to someone else, and no one can get past yours because there's so many of them. So anyone after F for Fortunato can't be forwarded to. I'm surprised that you haven't got any messages, any angry messages from other creators, because no one can get past your list to get onto the next slot in the alphabet.
One of her attorneys absent.
You
And
go
I asked you
into
directly, Ms. Cochran.
go into StreamYard, your main StreamYard account where you create them, and go into library and click on each one that you don't want. And then top right hand corner is a rubbish bin. You just delete them and they'll just clear it. And click on the yes, delete from YouTube as well, because they're not a video. They're just saying there's a video coming, which will hold up a space. Not 34 of them.
Cochran, is this agreeable with you? Can you go forward with Mr. Victor handling matters in Mr. Selden's absence? All right, so you waive the presence of Mr. Selden, at least for today's purposes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
And I would ask that it be announced to the jury, Your Honor, so the jury will notice the absence of.
Indeed, I will certainly do that. All right, are there any other matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury?
State would ask that the equipment be turned on. We anticipate using it today.
Let's do that right away.
Thank you. A no look shot.
So
Thanks.
Yes, bring in the jury, please.
okay, sorry.
I would say fairly well,
Checking.
yes.
They
Well,
haven't
what
gone
did you
into
understand by that?
deliberations.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Okay.
All right, if you'll kind of pull that microphone up close, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hawley, would you please state your name for the record, please?
It is Brianna Michelle Hawley.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a registered nurse.
Let me, without any further ado, invite your attention to about 2016 or 2017. What was your profession at that time?
I was a school nurse. I done PRN. I worked at the Beckley VA Medical Center full time, but I did do PRN as a school nurse for Raleigh County Schools.
Do you know Jennifer Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her husband, Christopher?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they had a child. They have a child by, I will just use the initials, GD. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes,
That child was attending school where you were a nurse, right?
correct.
Was this child afflicted with any type of medical problems?
Yes, sir.
What was this child afflicted with?
He had diabetes.
Type 1?
Yes, yes, sir.
Since you were a nurse, it's a pretty serious condition.
Very much so.
Does that require, what does it require, the treatment of it or maintenance of it?
So this particular child had an insulin pump to where you can program and it would automatically give insulin. And to the best of my knowledge at that time, he had a continuous glucose monitor, which is also called a CGM.
Okay.
So as a nurse, I would, monitor, provide insulin based off what he ate, and just monitor his care based off his blood sugar.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Natalie Cochran?
Natalie is my husband's first cousin.
Okay. Was there a time when Ms. Davis asked you, or at least advised you, what to do in case of any problems with her child's diabetes.
Yes, sir. In case that I could never get a hold of Jennifer or Chris, then Natalie could be a backup for any questions, concerns, or anything like that.
Natalie Cochran.
Natalie Cochran, yes, sir.
And would she be, why was she selected to be the backup plan for the Davises?
My understanding is because they were friends, and Natalie helped Jennifer during his time of his new diagnosis because she better understood it, and she was, helped with the plan of care.
Could she administer the medication to this
I
child?
mean, I'm sure she could. It was through an insulin pump. It was not a syringe, but I'm sure she could have.
Okay. So she was the person empowered by, well, at least selected by the Davises to be a person who would treat this child or help this child in moment of need as far as his diabetes.
So, I mean, as far as my understanding, yes. It's been so many years ago, I don't know if there is paperwork, but that was my understanding with Jennifer, that Natalie could be a backup.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
State has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Nicole Cochran.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Would you state your name for the record?
Nicole Cochran.
Ms. Cochran, you have to speak up.
Nicole Cochran.
Louder.
Nicole Cochran.
If you could just scoot up a little bit closer to the mic, and that'll help.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
know her?
She's my mother.
She's your mother. So you've known her all your life, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to invite your attention to, let's say year 2017, somewhere around that area. Who lived in your house at that time?
My mother, my father, myself, and my brother.
Okay. Who is your father?
Michael Cochran.
And I just want you to use the initials only. Who is your brother?
MAC.
Okay. Amazing. How old is he?
He's 17.
So 5 or 6 years ago, he would have been what? 12, 13?
Yes.
What was your mother's job?
She was a pharmacist.
Okay. Where did she work?
She worked at Access Health.
Okay. Was there a time when she quit being a pharmacist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the year?
I believe somewhere between 2016 and 2017, I was in middle school.
Okay. What did your father do for a living?
He worked with technology.
What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
You work with computers?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of working with the computers? Do you know? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did your mother and your father ever establish any business?
Yes.
What type of business or businesses did they have in 2016, 17, 18? Do you know?
Technology Management Solutions and Tactical Solutions Group.
Okay. The first business, what did it deal with? Do you know?
It was a form of federal contracts, I believe, that my father would do for technology purposes.
That your father would do? Son?
Yes.
Okay. What type of contracts are we talking about?
I believe they were federal and state.
Okay. What were they doing in plain terms? Buying, selling, what were they doing?
To my knowledge, they were buying technology and reselling them, I believe. But
And
I'm
what?
not,
Speak up.
sorry, I believe that they were buying technology and like reselling them through bids for the government, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Did you ever witness your father prepare any contracts?
I never saw them, but I always saw him working on his computer, and he would say that that's what he was doing,
Say that he was doing what?
that he was filling out contracts.
Okay. Did your mother do that?
No.
Did your father ever talk to you about his job or his work?
All he would say is that he was doing contracts with the government, but he would never go into too many specifics with me.
Okay. Did you have a nice lifestyle in 2016, 17, 18?
Yes.
Tell us about your lifestyle at that time.
I would say that we were pretty wealthy. In that time frame, my father had just gotten a new car, and we had some new boats.
Some what?
Some new boats.
Boats?
And there was talk about buying a hangar for a plane.
Whose plane was it?
It was Chris Davis's plane, but I believe my father eventually wanted to have his own.
Okay. How about motorcycles? Your father had some, didn't he?
He always had one motorcycle, but during that time, we bought some new ATVs.
Okay, ATV. How about that 65 Cobra that we heard so much about?
Yes, that was his new car.
That was his new car. How many houses did you guys have?
We had one that we resided in, and then my father had bought and renovated a house for Chris Davis's aunt, and then we were putting an offer in on a new house for ourselves in Flat Top.
Okay. Did your father also buy an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in Beckley, close towards the park and the Armory, like down that way.
Was life good at that time? Money was pouring in?
Financially, yes.
Financially, yes. Did you guys take any exotic trips? No, exotic.
We went to Paris, and
Who is we?
my mother, my father, myself, and my brother, I got asked on a school trip, so
Okay.
they all came as well.
Okay. And whenever you talk about your brother, please use the initials, okay? All right. How long did you spend in Paris?
We were there for 2 weeks, I believe.
Did you spend a lot of money there?
Yes, my dad wanted to shop a lot.
Okay. What did he shop for?
He mostly wanted to go to luxury stores,
Such as
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. Okay. And did you guys go to Hawaii too?
Yes, but that was when I was in 5th grade, so
Oh, okay.
it was years.
Who paid for that, by the way? I mean, all right, who went to Hawaii?
My mother, my father, myself, and MAC.
Okay. And how long did you stay in Hawaii?
I believe it was a week.
Okay. All right. Did you, in about 2017, 18, 19, did you do some extraordinary things that involved a lot of money?
I would say the new purchases of the cars and the boats and things would be the main circumstances.
Okay. Where was the money coming from? Do you know?
My father always said that it was the contracts, so I just never assumed anything differently.
Okay. I want to ask you something about, well, did your father ever let you know what was happening on his computer, what he was doing? Was he ever telling you what he was working on other than the contracts?
No, he only ever referred to them as the federal and state contracts.
Okay. Was he secretive about it?
With me, yes, I would say.
Okay. I want to ask you about your father's health. Was there a time in 2000, well, from the, let's say 2015, 16, when you were in middle school, how was your father doing health-wise?
He was very agitated and irritated mentally, and he was having a lot of headaches, I would say.
Was he always like that?
No.
No, I'm asking you right now about 2015, 16.
Oh.
Was he normal? Was he abnormal? What?
In that time, he was normal, I would say.
What did he do for fun?
He worked out a lot, and he would participate in like tough man competitions.
He won one, didn't he?
He got 6th place and won at the fair.
Did he pull a tractor one day or something like that?
He pulled a Hummer, like a military vehicle.
In a competition?
Yes.
Did he win?
No, that was the 6th place.
Oh, that was the 6th place. Did he ever want to be a bodybuilder, or was he a bodybuilder?
I would say that he considered himself to be, but he never participated in competitions such as that.
Oh, he did. Okay. Did he work out a lot?
Yes.
Did he care about his outward appearance, the physique?
Yes, it mattered a lot to him.
How about the image? Did he care about that a lot?
I believe so.
How so?
He would never leave the house without being fully, like, perfect, I would say. And he wanted everyone to think that he was perfect in a sense and strong, I would say.
Okay. Are you familiar with his medication taking?
Yes.
What was he taking his medication for?
Most of what he took was for gaining muscle, like for working out supplements and things.
Okay. What type of medication was he taking? Do you know?
I know that he took steroids, and he took many other supplements, but I don't know the names of the supplements.
Well, tell us how he did that daily. Did he do it daily?
Yes, every morning.
Every morning. How did he do that?
He would lay all of his pills out on the counter, and there would be so many of them that they would just sit in a whole circle, and it looked like the size of a dinner plate. And then he would scoop them handfuls at a time into his mouth and use the sink water to drain them down. And then he would take the steroids as well.
How many pills were there, just roughly?
Probably around 40 a day.
And you don't know what they were?
No, I remember a lot of them he got from GNC in the mall.
Where else did he get them from? Do you know?
He said that he ordered his steroids from Mexico, but I don't know the specifics on the other ones.
He never explained anything else about that Mexico?
No, at first he didn't really want my brother and I to know, but we eventually realized what they were, and he told us.
What were those pills?
They were vials of steroids that he would get from Mexico.
And what would he do with that?
He would take them through a dropper, usually in the mornings.
Did he ever inject?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you saw him use the medication orally and, well, he used a dropper, and what did he do with the dropper?
He would just put them in. He would put them in his mouth.
Okay. So that would be also oral.
Yes.
Oral. In about 2017, did you start noticing any changes in your father's health?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He was very agitated and angry, more so than not. And he was having a lot of headaches. and he would complain about them frequently, and he wasn't eating as much as he used to.
Did he have back surgery in 2017? Do you remember?
I'm not entirely sure when he had back surgery, but I remember him having it.
How long did he stay in the hospital for that? Or was it an outpatient?
For the back surgery, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he like to go to hospitals?
No, he hated them.
What did he tell you about these hospitals?
He considered them to be a waste of his time and that he never wanted to be in one again.
Was there ever a time that he had to go to the hospital in 2018, if you recall?
Yes,
He went there for one day at the end of October 2018.
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what prompted his going to the place where he apparently hated, such as the hospitals?
The doctors, I believe, thought that he had a brain tumor.
Okay.
I'm not sure what led for him to be there, like the
Well,
symptoms.
what did he complain about the time when he first went to the hospital in October of 2018?
I believe it was the headaches
Headaches,
and some dizziness, maybe.
dizziness. Did he ever lose consciousness?
Not in my presence that I'm aware of.
Do you know of him losing consciousness?
I believe it did happen. He got very dizzy and then just got really out of it.
He came back later that day or the next day, but then he had to go to the hospital on November the 2nd, right?
Yes,
What was wrong with him then?
I believe it was the same thing.
He stayed 5 days in the hospital?
I believe so, yes.
Did you visit him in the hospital?
Yes.
Obviously. What did you observe when you were in the hospital?
He seemed kind of out of it, but he was actually really nice. He said some kind things to my brother and I, because he didn't think he would get another chance to.
Is that what he told you?
He told me that he always appreciated my intelligence and that he never told me that, but he wanted me to know it now just in case he never got to say it again.
Did you take it as a farewell to life for him?
I've always considered that to be kind of like my goodbye.
Okay. But he pulled through and he came home, right?
Yes.
And how did he act and behave after he came back to came back home?
He acted like it never took place, but he was still very angry all the time and he was still having the same symptoms as before.
Headaches,
Yes, and the dizziness.
dizziness. Did it ever go away?
Not to my knowledge.
In January of 2019, shortly before his death, how did he behave?
He was kind of acting crazy.
All right.
He was very upset and angry all the time.
Okay. Was he forgetful?
Yes.
What would he forget?
Just little things throughout the day, like what he was doing or things like that, the date.
Did he appear to be in any discomfort?
He complained about the headaches a lot, and I believe that irritability was a symptom of his discomfort.
Okay. Did he ever go to sleep and stay asleep for a long period of time?
He was always asleep before
There we go.
I left for school, and he would sleep in usually.
Okay. Approaching February of 2019, did his condition improve or did it get worse? Or did it stay the same?
I would say as time went by, it continued to worsen.
Tell us how from your own observations.
As I've mentioned, just how agitated and irritable and the headaches, they just continued to increase more and more, it seemed like.
Did anybody in your family suggest that he go back to the hospital or a doctor or seek medical help or advice?
Many around him were concerned for him.
And was there a suggestion that he go to the hospital?
I'm not sure, but I remember several people wanted him to stop taking his steroids.
Oh, was he taking steroids at that time?
Yes.
Still a plate full of steroids?
A plate full of the medications and then the vials of the steroids.
Okay. And he was still receiving some of those steroids from Mexico, I take it?
Yes.
And he was taking those vials with the pills?
Yes.
And he still worked out?
Yes, pretty frequently.
Could he work out with all those headaches? And
I believe that he still went to the gym, but I don't know the intensity of the workouts as compared to before.
okay. Was there a time in February, right before February the 6th, that you believe that he felt the worst?
Yes.
What was the was there any new condition, or all the conditions that he had so far worsened? What was happening?
They were worsening and his appetite was continuing to decrease.
Mhm.
So he wouldn't eat?
He would not eat as
Another
much as he
symptom.
used to.
Okay. And yet he took the steroids and whatever substances he was using.
Yes.
Anabolics? Was he ever using anabolics? Do you know?
I'm not really sure what anabolics are.
Okay. Do you know any names of the substances that he was using?
No, but I know what they look like.
Where did he keep those substances?
Above the place on the counter where he would take his medicine, we had 2 cabinets. We had one that was for all of our prescription meds for the family, and his were in there. And then he had a larger cabinet filled with protein powders, supplements, and the boxes of the steroids.
He had his own cabinet?
Yes.
They're still up there, Christine.
Did anybody have access
Nothing's
to that
come
cabinet?
down. You'll need to refresh your.
Yes, we could
StreamYard.
open it, but we knew not to take any of his things.
You couldn't touch any of his things, right?
Yes, unless he told us we could, like for protein powders.
Did you not hear me before, Dylan? I think they have got it completely wrong. I think that he has been using these steroids for quite some time and has damaged his adrenal gland. Because the same thing happens to me. Like, I have to take, my doctor put me on prednisolone 14 years ago for my arthritis. And you're only supposed to be on that for 3 months. And it took longer than that for me to get in to see a specialist. So by the time I'd been in to see a specialist, it was, coming up to the 12-month mark, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it got to the point where I'd taken them for so long that your adrenal gland produces cortisol. And it was detecting that it had cortisol in the bloodstream, so it wasn't producing any. So it shut down. Now that's called, what in my case, secondary Addison's, because it's caused by something else, which is what I think he's got or had undiagnosed, because it affects your blood sugar levels. It makes you fatigued. It decreases your appetite. And what triggers you can have, because you're not producing it, if you don't replace it with more steroids, like if he stopped taking those injections suddenly, or had a gastrointestinal upset, because I take them orally. So if I have gastro, it's life-threatening for me. I have to up my my steroids because I'm not absorbing them. Otherwise, I will go into what's called an Addisonian crisis. And an Addisonian crisis mimics a diabetic coma. So they would have to have suspected his adrenal insufficiency and tested specifically for it to pick it up. Now, they found vials of insulin and immediately gone diabetes and haven't looked anywhere else. And it causes, so if you don't have your steroids, you will gradually, slowly become more and more fatigued, more and more incoherent, dizziness, seizures, the whole lot, until you become unconscious. And that explains why when he had the IV glucose given, his sugars went back up and then they dropped back down again. She didn't give him any insulin. It fits perfectly, Anna. And it just like, did I put the link in chat? I don't think I did. Hang on. I've emailed. I think, hang on. Where is it? Copy. I am that convinced that that's what has happened. I have emailed the attorneys in West Virginia. I've sent Steve all the information because he's in West Virginia to try and contact them on my behalf to get back to me, or send on the information that I've just put in. Oh, just putting in chat now. Did it work? Oh yeah, there it is. You tell me that that is not exactly what he's had, because he had gastrointestinal upset. He had that vomiting. He was on the couch. Just, I would hate to have this trial end and her potentially be convicted and not at least ask the question. All I have to do is call back one of the MEs and ask them if he was tested for it, and if not, could it explain the symptoms that he had. That's all. That's it. That's all I have to ask. And if they say yes, that's it. Done. Over. Because the only reason that second ME changed it to homicide was because he could not determine, like he attributed it to another insulin injection that was given by someone else, because he thought there was no other explanation for it. But there is. If there was an underlying condition that they didn't know about, because he's been using these steroids for how long? Nobody knew. Nobody knew. I did. Yeah. Have a look and you tell me I'm wrong. You tell me I'm wrong. That's how convinced I am. I'm trying to contact the attorneys. I shit you not. And I hope that was Steve getting back to me. Yes, it was. Okay. Yes, it will. Oh, hang on. Yes, it will affect the blood sugar levels, which explains why his sugars went back down after he had the glucose. Full stop. The skin pigmentation is only one aspect of it, and he may not have had that as a symptom. Full stop. But the trigger was the gastrointestinal upset. Full stop. If he's been taking these steroids unbeknown to anyone else for a length of time, his adrenal gland would have stopped working as efficiently, if at all. And then if he stopped taking those steroids suddenly, he will go into the Addisonian crisis, and it mimics the diabetic coma. Full stop. Increased fatigue, dizziness, seizures, and eventually coma. Full stop. All they need to do is see if they can ask the ME to go through the medical records to see if he was actually tested for it. And if he wasn't, to just ask them if it could explain the symptoms and condition that he was in as another potential option rather than being administered insulin. Full stop. I believe the investigators have seen that she's a diabetic coordinator and the insulin and have not searched outside that scope. Full stop. He could have had this condition and not known about it and have not had any symptoms, provided that he was still injecting himself with the steroids. Full stop. All right. Send. No, Christine, I am trying to do the redirect, but I can't get past your 32 things in my list. I can't get past them. So you need to refresh your StreamYard because no one else can get past you in there. Once someone tries to go into their StreamYard and redirect their stream to someone else, any content creator, they can't get past you because you've blocked it. It doesn't go all the way down to Z. There's only a certain number of spaces to fill. So no one can redirect if their name's after F. Oh, look. Yeah. All right, sorry.
Something.
Okay. The day before your father collapsed.
Did you have a look, T?
How did he feel?
Have a look at the link I put up.
Do you recall?
And have a read
that
through
day?
that. Tell me that doesn't explain everything.
He was still feeling all the symptoms,
Yep.
The irritability, the headaches, the dizziness, the
Yep.
lack of appetite.
Yep.
But at that point, it just kind of seemed like a normal thing.
Yep.
Because he had been feeling them for so long.
Yep.
Was he forgetful more than usual?
Yes, I would say that continued to happen.
Yep.
What
Brain
did he
fog.
forget? What did he forget?
He
To
would
do things? What?
Yes, to do things, and he would forget about saying certain things or
It's not
trying to remember.
it's not something that Steve just said, you know, they might be onto it because they're going through her testimony. They'll be having her expert testify about her opinion. Yeah, well, if we can get to her before she testifies, if we can get to the expert before she testifies to be able to ask the question at least, then I'll feel a lot better knowing that I actually tried. Okay, sorry.
More specific, sorry.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to
The day
be
before
a conviction,
your
but
father collapsed was also the day
it should
when
be.
your mother went to a doctor. Right?
If she's innocent,
Yes.
she shouldn't have, a hung jury. It should just be cleared.
What was wrong with your mother?
I believe she was sick.
What was she sick with? You know?
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly.
That she was doing what? Speak
Sorry.
up.
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure.
She wasn't exactly a model of health either, was she?
No,
What was wrong with her?
she had been in cancer. She had had cancer.
Well, did she have any problems with her heart?
Yes.
Was she on some type of device that is attached to her
Yes.
to monitor her heart rate and all that?
Yes.
She's still on it until today, isn't she?
Yes.
All right. Well, when she had those heart problems, she went to all kinds of doctors, right?
Yes.
And there was a suggestion that she might be afflicted with cancer at one point, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether she went to Cleveland Clinic for that?
Yes, I believe that was the name of it.
Did they reject her for lack of insurance? Do you know?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to Duke?
Yes.
Okay. And she was seeking cancer treatment from Duke? Is that what?
Yes, they believe she had some type of blood cancer, I think.
Okay. Were you concerned about it?
Yes.
No, of course you were concerned. Well, the day before Michael, well, your father collapsed, she went to a doctor, and what did the doctor do with her? Did he give her any medication? What do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How was your mother acting the day before your father collapsed? How sick was she, to your knowledge?
I believe she was pretty sick.
Okay. You said she was throwing up?
Yes.
Did she have a fever?
I'm not sure
Did
about.
she stay in bed?
Yes, that wasn't uncommon though with the cancer for her.
All right. She was supposed to fly to Virginia the next day, right? Did you know anything about that?
Mm-hmm.
I can't recall.
Okay. How did she feel the next day when you woke up? How did your mother feel the next day?
I believe she was still pretty sick.
Okay. All right. When you came and you went to school that day, right?
Yes.
And your brother also went to school, right?
Yes.
When you came home, who was at your residence?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Okay. Anybody else that you recall?
I believe it was just them when I came home, but I'm not entirely sure.
Did anybody else show up later?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Treadway, Chris Davis came, and then
Your body works on a balance, so it tries to maintain what's called homeostasis, a balance, and even. Now, sodium works in direct correlation with potassium, so your sodium potassium has to be in balance for your muscles to work. That's why you monitor potassium really. It's really important to monitor your potassium. Like when I worked in intensive care, they like your potassium had to be spot on because your heart is a muscle. If your potassium is out, it doesn't work. It can start off with what's called arrhythmias, so it will beat in not a normal heart rate rhythm. So it generally goes to what's called atrial fibrillation. So that means that the top two chambers of your heart don't work in conjunction with the bottom. And potassium infusions hurt. They hurt. But yeah, it's dangerous. When you have open heart surgery, once they put you onto the heart bypass machine, they actually pour a potassium solution into the pericardium to stop the heart from beating, so they can work on it. They use it in death penalty as part of the injectables, pericardiomyopathy for Lyme disease. Well, that's an autoimmune disease, and it's I've got arthritis and fibromyalgia, so they work. You often have the two together. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I'm on immune suppressants as well as the cortisones. but it's the cortisone that has done me the damage and caused this, like, for my adrenal gland to stop. So if I don't take my cortisone 3 times a day, that's what will happen to me. Yeah, I did. Yep, I'm trained as a CCU nurse, like cardiac coronary care and intensive care as well. So, as well as having the condition myself, and I would lay a lot of money on it.
My aunt Penny, I believe.
Okay, all right. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the decision was made to do what with your father? Well, let me start that. Your father was asleep?
Yes.
Did he snore?
Yes.
Okay. That was similar to the first time when he went to the hospital in November, right?
I wish. Oh my God,
I believe
you've got no
so.
idea, Anna.
But in November, he
No
woke
idea.
up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
That's
now
only
he's asleep, he's on the
well,
couch, right?
Yes.
3 of the things I
About
have.
4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, well,
Why do you think
what
I'm
time did you
doing
get home, by the
YouTube?
way?
I haven't been able to work since 2017.
We rode the bus, so it was probably around 2:45 and 3.
Okay. And around 4 o'clock, it was decided he was going to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I'm addicted to cherries. I confess. And you too, Madeleine.
Was your father a happy man?
No.
When was the happiest that you ever saw him?
When we
Before he
had
started
money,
using steroids.
when he believed he was going to get paid, I would say.
Stress. Any stress can cause it too. Anxiety. Because you don't get that adrenal release. No adrenaline. Cortisol stimulates adrenaline.
What was Natalie's reaction after Michael passed away?
She was very distraught.
That's why I'm here, Dawn, because I gotta have
Will it
your
be a
time.
fair statement that Natalie loved Michael with all her heart?
Yes.
Right? That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cochran, you've had a very tough last few years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you went from trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, to having to move out of your house, that has been very hard on you, hasn't it?
Yes.
In 2019, in February 2019, what grade were you in?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay. And you were how old?
12 or 13.
Okay. Did you always take the bus, or did one of your parents or somebody else take you to school?
Usually my mother would take me to school.
Okay. And then you and your brother would ride the bus home?
It just depended on the day.
So sometimes he would come and pick you up?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that transported you?
Sometimes my babysitters would pick us up from school.
Okay. And what school did your brother go to at that time?
I believe we both went to Shady Middle.
Okay. Have you met with this gentleman right here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Did he interview you? Did he take, what are you going to say? Did he ask you that?
He asked me about questions during that time.
Okay. Did he record anything from you or write anything down? Information you gave him?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, under Rule 612, if the defense has a statement of this witness, we'd like it, please.
All right. Is there a statement, Mr. Victor? Would you confer with your investigator?
No, Your Honor. The only time my investigator talked to this witness was in our office.
Does he have any notes from that? Okay. You're in middle school, and You don't really know what your dad does for a living, but he told you he does something with contracts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had left her job as a pharmacist. How long before your dad started these contracts?
It was after.
Do you know when your mom stopped working as a pharmacist?
I want to say I was in 7th grade, but I'm not entirely sure.
Fair enough. Do you know what your mom made as a pharmacist?
I know she made good money.
To you, that means what?
I believe it was over $80,000 a year.
And she left that job to do what for a living?
My father asked her to leave her job.
To do what?
To stay at home and to assist him, but I never saw her do so.
So she had, as far as you know, she had nothing to do with your dad's businesses. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw her do anything, no.
Okay. And in fairness, you never really saw your dad do anything. He just said to you, I'm working on contracts.
I saw him constantly on his computer and making phone calls.
But you don't know what he was doing.
He told me that they were federal and state contracts.
Okay. And he said, I'm federal and state contracts. What did he say to you?
I am working on contracts.
I'm working on contracts. And how many times did he tell you that?
I got Steve bringing.
He did it every day.
How many times did he tell you he did that?
Anytime I asked.
Hello. Yeah, asking you questions. Yep. Yep. I've tried emailing him from that site. I don't know if they've got it, but it's not coming up in my sent. I know. So their secretary can't get in touch with them? No. Don't bother stopping them. If we can get a message to them to just ask that question to their expert, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only up to the daughter's testimony. Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah. They're not looking for it, Steve. They've put it down to the insulin. Mm-hmm. The only reason that she's in trial is because the second ME changed it to homicide because he could not explain why his blood sugars went back down after the sugar, after he'd been treated. And he's saying that the only way that could have happened is if another insulin injection was given. And it's not. They're guessing that. They can't. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. But she's already serving 11 years for that. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't make her a killer. No. 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 Nothing makes sense. Yep. Yeah, exactly. No, there is nothing. No. No. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, nothing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, 7 months later, now they found, did you realize in the vials that the chemist examined that one of them was supposed to be that clomiphene and it was actually the steroid. Now, if he's been taking those steroids for, more than 3 months, he can damage his adrenal gland and not know it. And it's okay as long as he's still taking or injecting those steroids. The second he stops, that's when it happens, especially if he's had diarrhea. Like, I have the condition myself. It's a life-threatening condition, yeah. And I've actually had a friend who developed Addison's disease, but he nearly died because they thought he was diabetic and were treating that. And when it just so happened that this one medical doctor had actually studied this particular thing, that he picked it up, and it was just pure luck that he was on that day. And he said, you didn't get any closer to dying than you did today, mate, if that hadn't been picked up. So they're not looking for that. If I don't take my cortisone every day, I will die. And it mimics a diabetic coma. No, they're not. No. What can the secretary reach out to their medical expert and just send her that information, and she'll be able to determine whether or not she can use it? Yeah. The defense attorneys. Yeah, but this could clear her with one question. Yeah. Well, it's only, I just thought, yep. Secondary Addison's, yes, yes. I'm saying that his adrenal gland was damaged because of his long-term steroid use. Yep. Yes, and it doesn't produce the cortisol. Absolutely. Did you read the article? Yeah. Yep. 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 Yes. Yes. Yep. Yes, they're not looking for it. And he had vomiting and diarrhea leading up to this as well, because that then depletes you further. He would have injected more steroids. He would have got home and had him given himself his steroids. Simple as that. He was in the hospital. He didn't have it with him. Well, he may have been out of stock of something. He may have run out of stock. Who knows? No idea. I just couldn't live with myself if I didn't ask. That's all. Yeah. 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 Yeah, for sure. And I wouldn't put you in that position if I thought that I was going to make you look like a dickhead either. Huh. Well, if we try, we try. If it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't go anywhere. Because if that can create at least doubt and that ME can say, yes, it could account for those symptoms, that's it. It's done. Ah.
They have a lady. This is like the Murdoch case, right? There was all sorts of reasonable doubt in that case. There was all sorts of reasonable doubt in this case.
Yeah.
But what they're hinging on is the ability for them to show that she committed these financial crimes. And they want the jury to dislike her for the financial crimes in hopes that they will disregard that belief. Because remember, this is the part that a lot of people don't think of when they're thinking of how the jury operates.
Yep.
The jury is the
finder of fact. Yep.
So they can decide what's fact and what isn't. So what the state's doing is they're saying, we want you to find it. All we have to do is say, you find it to be a fact that she was involved in a Ponzi scheme. Michael didn't know. You don't have to really establish motive.
No.
It's fact that she had this insulin. It's fact that,
yeah, she's a diabetic educator.
well, it's fact that, this insulin was withdrawn from that vial with a needle.
No, there was no puncture in the top.
No, they did find punctures. They did.
In one of them.
Yes, in one of them.
It could have been a sample. But anyway, yeah.
But the point is, this is where the state's going with it. And then we're going to find that this lady has her husband collapse, doesn't take him to the hospital.
Yeah.
His blood sugars are allegedly, and this is where she made her mistake. She tells the hospital that at 3 p.m., the day he went to the hospital, his blood sugar was at 145. At 7 p.m., his blood sugar is at 21.
Yep.
So what the state's saying is something happened between 3 and 7, and the jury is a trier.
Yep.
Can say
he was vomiting and had diarrhea.
There's insulin in the house.
No.
That all they have to do is find that she with that needle and did it and cover up the spot. And for them, it becomes an easy deal when you know.
Yeah, but didn't they find those 7 months later? Those vials?
That's right, 2 years later.
Yeah, so you can only open, like once that vial has a puncture in it, it's got to be used within 28 days. It had to be discarded. So.
Well, that was the discussion. But remember, the lab chemist, because that was a defense raised it, but the lab chemist said, yes, that's a doctor, but the potency actually stands for a much longer period of time.
In the body?
No,
Oh, yeah.
Insulin.
Yep.
Like that's like the use by date on it.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. But the food is still edible for maybe 3 more months.
But why would she keep a 2-year-old vial of insulin around?
I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't, remember. I can tell you why it was there, because the same reason why I have insulin in my refrigerator is because probably she as a pharmacist knew there was still viability to that insulin. Just like, but it's like, it's not recommended to be used.
Yeah.
And if there's problems, if it's not responding, yeah, it's out of a refrigerator full of insulin.
Who's diabetic in your family?
Scott, he's a type
Oh,
1,
okay.
Yeah, so, you know that in the past, like, expired insulin.
Yeah. It's certainly better than nothing.
There were times that it wasn't responding. We had like problems with his pump. And then once the doctor finds out it's expired, they're like, well,
yeah,
we can't rule that out as a problem.
Still better than nothing.
But, well, that's our approach.
Yeah.
My wife's a nurse, so she's like,
yep,
it still works.
absolutely. Yep.
And the expiration is like,
Ask your wife.
2 years.
Ask your wife to look it up and tell me what she thinks.
No, I will, because she's at the doctor for her dad right now. So I'm gonna ask her about this. Well, yeah, her dad's got cancer.
Yeah, I know.
So they're at a chemo treatment today. But she should be done, because she texted me. I was texting her about being done with the doctor. And of course, she got 3 shots today. He's got his cough back, so the doctor's giving him a steroid to try to
there you go.
knock this
Yeah, prednisolone. That's exactly what he was injecting. Say hi to everyone too. We're live. I just managed to put you on speaker. They've been watching me talk.
But yeah, I just think, like I said, it's
I know it's probably I'm pushing shit uphill, but
well, it's gonna be. I mean, like I said, it's gonna be something that could be. I mean, it's not over if she gets convicted. It's something that could absolutely be raised down the road.
Yeah,
and it would be raised. But what we're going to also look for today is when the expert gets on and see, is that expert, does that expert pick up on any of this?
Yeah, and are they an endocrinologist?
You know it is. I know
Okay.
it is an endocrinologist.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they're expert. I knew that from this earlier. She is an endocrinologist.
Well,
because,
wouldn't you
so
think?
she's listening to all this.
Hmm.
I said she's been listening to like all their experts.
Yeah.
I do know that their doctor is an endocrinologist. The one that's
All right. I have not heard one of them ask the question, so they're not looking for it.
Well, the state isn't. So I don't think that the defense is going to unveil that yet, because see, the defense would not want them to be in a position to respond right now, because they want to be able to put forth whatever their theory is to the jury. Like now, what's happening is they don't want their experts to respond to the defense's theory yet.
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
One of the experts that the defense has questioned, I think it was the first medical examiner, he said, all right, rattle off all the things that could possibly do this. And he named it. He named Addison's disease. Yep.
Well, again,
off the cuff.
Yeah. It's very possible that the defense expert will probably come in and say that that's what this was.
Well, I hope so.
Remember.
You heard it live here.
All of the questioning that's happened so far. Again, remember, there was a question of the expert yesterday. He asked them the question about the bodybuilding that expert
yes.
That was in the bodybuilding that was related to steroids. So they're going down that road.
Yeah.
That's why I think they're probably already down this road. And I'd be shocked if they supposedly got a very renowned expert in this field. I would be very surprised if this expert hasn't tapped into this. But if they haven't, well,
but see, was he declaring it? I think that was part of the things he was getting from Mexico. So I don't think they're aware.
His daughter said he was getting steroids from Mexico.
Yes. So how long has he been on them? Anything over 3 months?
Well, he's been on them since the daughter said since 2015.
Right, there you go.
And he died in 19.
Yeah.
And in 17, she found out about them.
Yep.
I called that today going to the doctor.
Yep.
She found out about them. And then 2000, like I said, 2019 is when all this happened.
Yep.
Well,
He could have been
18,
having
he goes
little
to hospital.
mini Addisonian crises, and then every hospital
Well, I
visit.
mean, listen, he was all, remember, he was all, I believe he said 75 different
Yeah.
supplements
Yep.
for bodybuilding.
Yep.
I mean,
And the
he
insulin
has
can put you in a ketoacidotic state, which is like what they
Yep.
want to get lean muscle.
Yep.
Yeah, you have low carb, high protein, and that puts you in a keto state. Well, that's what insulin would hasten that process. That's why they use it.
So you're saying want to lower that?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I guess ketoacidosis is
That's
low,
what's
low,
caused.
DKA or whatever it
Yes.
is.
Diabetic ketoacidosis has gone too far.
Well, that's what my son ended up with.
Yes.
When
Yep.
he found he was
Yep.
he had 978 blood sugar.
Ah,
He was in a coma when
Jesus.
he got brought in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor guy. It
Yeah.
was horrible.
Yeah.
But
There's
they take on it and everything's good. But
a fine line between the two, and that's what the high protein,
so
low
you're
carb
saying
diet.
that the bodybuilders want to get into keto.
Yes.
That helps them build
Yes.
muscle faster.
Yeah.
And then the insulin helps them do that. So then it's not all outside the realm that this guy was getting his insulin.
Yeah.
He was acquiring
Exactly.
it, and he was using it.
Yep.
And then he just kept
Yep.
doing this to himself.
And with
then
combine that with the steroid use.
well, that's what I mean. That's why I say when this goes to the jury, you can't. But
No.
it would only be because they don't like it.
Yeah.
That's what the state's going for. I mean, the state's case was very underwhelming. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it was extremely underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes no sense
None of it adds up.
as to why you would even do this.
Yeah.
As a solution, because it seems like to me, just like in that Murdoch trial, it finished the process of getting caught.
Yeah.
It didn't make it better. Like when the Murdoch situation happened, they started looking into all that crap.
Yeah.
They started looking into his finances because they're trying to see if he's a suspect. Now, in her situation, of course, the idea was that nobody would suspect, and they weren't initially investigating. But it did raise red flags on the financial end when he was no longer present.
Uh-huh.
That got them looking into that, which then got into this.
Yeah.
Now, here we are.
Uh-huh.
And remember, too, they did not look at any of this when they did the original autopsy. They actually had to.
They exhumed him 7 months later.
No, but I'm saying they exhumed him. Actually, they exhumed
Twice.
him twice.
Yeah.
Yes, but they exhumed him where they found the insulin. That was in 2023.
Hmm.
That was 2 years ago. They dismissed the charges against her. And then
That's what I mean. It's the second ME 5 years later.
the second. And then they went and
Yes.
found the traces of insulin in them.
No. He said he couldn't find anything because it was soup and bones, basically. He didn't find any insulin. The reason he changed his manner of death was because he could not logically think of any other reason why it would have affected his sugar would have gone down after he's had the glucose.
Well, I thought they said they did find insulin, but
No.
they could not
No.
at the time because he was super bone.
Nope.
Do the test
No.
on how it hit his body.
No.
That was what
He's
they were
saying
at.
the only way that his blood sugar could have gone down after he's had the dextrose was by someone else administering an insulin injection at the time. And he can't prove that.
And they said at the hospital they failed to do the testing that would have shown
Yes.
whether or not
Yes.
it was produced naturally or
Yes.
it was produced by via injection.
But if he had
They
this,
also said, remember that they did an inspection of his body when he got to
they
the
wouldn't have
hospital.
been
They
looking for
found
tiny pinprick holes.
Well, they said they found no injection sites,
The-
or at least no noticeable.
You've
injection.
seen the size of an insulin syringe. It don't live. They're not looking for that shit.
Yeah, but if he was doing it all the time, though, and there are spots.
Yeah, because he's doing at least 4 a day.
Right. Well,
This-
yeah, but I'm saying if this guy was doing this, injecting steroids and doing this on a daily basis, they should have found something. that's the other curious thing, because the point is like, now it's possible, of course, like you said, yes, it's the first time you've ever been injected with something.
Maybe that's why he was doing it in his butt.
Well, the daughter said he would ingest the steroids under his tongue. Testified to today.
Okay.
So my point is it's not favorable to him. The defense was raising this like it's something favorable, and I'd say, well, that's not favorable to her, because you would expect them to have found injection sites if he was doing this, which would be favorable to the idea that maybe he was doing some sort of concoction.
But see, if
he never did it.
you can't have that much insulin and not as a non-diabetic.
If he had just been injected like 2 or 3 times that day, you would not see those sites. Like you would never see them. You see the sites where they go over and over, and it actually calluses up, because that's what my son had. And they tell him move the site. Stop the callousing process.
But he's not a diabetic, so he could only, do maybe 1 a day somewhere. Yeah.
Because he would have
Well, they're intramuscular generally. If it was anabolic steroids.
It was a drop under the tongue.
Yeah. Well,
which means that the defense raising that point is not really something of any substance in terms of in relation to whether or not he stabbed him with a needle or not. I mean, she still could have just not, would not have shown up.
If your adrenal gland is detecting that there is steroids in the bloodstream, it doesn't produce anything, so it doesn't excrete it. So the longer it's shut down for and it detects them, it stops making it. Does that make sense? It's like when you've had a vasectomy, you stop making sperm eventually.
We'll have to see that what the expert says, if that's something that they're going to, if that's something they question. See what I can do as far as getting their attention. If I can, Brad, I'll try to call over there at lunch. Who knows? Maybe they go to their office at lunch. I think they're local. They use change venue for this trial. If they didn't, then they should. They might even go to their office at lunch. So that might be an opportunity.
Yep.
If you've emailed them,
I have.
Did you leave them away?
Yes. And I've sent them that information that I sent you too, but it was on one of those sites on the internet, and I can't guarantee that they got it. Yeah. All right.
So, well, like I said, this is, it's definitely sounds like it could be as long. Again, the litmus test in a case like this is you would hope they would raise something like that, as long as they can show that it makes sense.
Yeah. But I reckon they've just had tunnel vision, given that she's the diabetic educator and there's insulin there. They've not even considered it.
The state's 100%, but the defense, I don't think it's in the sense that
it's not a common thing. It's like 1 in 100,000 people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know.
But the state definitely has that tunnel vision.
Yes, for sure.
That's what these police officers a lot of times end up with. And it's really, you gotta understand, it's a product of doing it every day.
Yeah.
You develop, that's why it's tough when you're an investigator to not fall into the trends that you think everything fits a certain trend.
Yep.
You can, as I learned in statistics class, you can have a spurious correlation. And that's where you see items. Like you see the first 2 things, but you don't go further enough to see that they're not really related.
Yep.
And that happens a lot when you're dealing with statistics and you're dealing with stuff like this, where you can see things correlated. The human mind doesn't.
Well, don't forget, I'm intensive care nurse trained as well.
Right.
So it's coming from background.
Somebody with coming from outside of the norm.
Yeah.
But the problem is, once these guys go down this road, getting them to say I'm wrong becomes the problem. Even if their actions and activities
against the defendant's best wishes or best. They get paid either way.
Justice is a process.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yep.
Well, because that's what everybody thinks justice is an outcome, because they all say it's about winning, but it's not. If the justice process was respected, it would be about following the process. In cases where you're looking at things, and it's not about who win this case.
Yep.
It's like, oh, this case isn't strong, so we don't proceed at all. They did at least dismiss this at one point.
Yeah.
But then
Until the second bloody medical examiner changed it.
well, except what they did is they just went back to somebody to confirm their advice.
Yeah.
They just had this idea that she was guilty of this, and that's what their goal was to find somebody or some expert who would confirm this.
Yep.
That's what they've done.
Yep.
And they're going to get, I think it's going to be, well,
And he may have well been withholding that information.
well, I think the defense it would make sense as a strategy that the defense would not come forward with that information necessarily right away. But here's the thing, the defense has to turn over reports from their experts.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the state is aware of whatever their experts say. But it doesn't mean that, just like I said, it doesn't mean, though, that the state is going to just go, oh, the defense expert said this is an adrenal gland thing, and the police are going to say, well, no, this woman is an evil Ponzi schemer through defrauding people out of millions of dollars.
Yeah, she's been tried for that, though.
Well, she has, but say that's, we're not going to say we're wrong. We're not going to apologize. That's what you're at right now. That's the problem. The key with these dealing with the police and dealing with the prosecutors is never letting them go in a direction yet where they have to say, you're firmly here. We all know that. That's why you get people to lock in. That's why you use the old yes and sales. Yes, yes, yes. But you don't want to never say no. Once somebody goes in the direction of a no or a yes,
it's the defense attorneys, like.
What's that?
It's the defense attorneys. Don't you think that if they thought there was another possible option that they would jump at the chance, or?
Well, yeah, potentially, but that's to say, like I said, they might already be aware of this as a potential option. But then the question is, too, is again, they don't have, this is where you have to go with a case like this. There's no way to confirm it is or it isn't.
No,
So
but they can't confirm the insulin either, so it just creates that extra doubt.
Well, this is why you end up in a trial.
Yep.
Because the jury gets to decide who's right and who's wrong.
Yep.
So this is why right now we're in a trial. So it may be, that's what I'm getting at.
Yep.
It may be that this is the issue. But this is going to be their defense at the end. He's a bodybuilder.
Yep.
He was using insulin.
Yep.
He was using it for purposes of what you said. He destroyed his adrenal gland, and he ended up suffering from that.
Well, the insulin won't cause that. It's the cortisone that does that.
Or not the cortisone. Yeah. The steroid.
Yeah.
The steroid causes, but the point is, it creates this scenario. It creates this medical condition.
Yep.
And that's what kills it.
Yep.
And then the state's going to say, no. It was evil Ponzi artist who concocts this decision to say, I'm going to go ahead and bomb them out and kill them this way. It makes no freaking sense. Like, what are you talking about? Like, to me, it's just so outrageous.
Yeah.
But that's why they're going, well, we're going to go to the jury with it. And the jury gets to decide who's right, who's wrong. And I think in this case,
I don't think they've got enough to convict her, but.
the state authority down there. A little bit. You know, the type that just says the prosecutor said that the sheriff
Oh,
that's right.
that prosecutor Selden is off today. He's not well.
Oh, you mean the defense attorney?
Yeah,
Selden?
the one that headbutted the lectern.
Oh, well, if you send it to him, he's probably not even checking anything. Then.
Exactly.
So
But
big,
he might be able to be contacted if he's at home, like the secretary.
that's a possibility. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
possibility.
All right.
Now, do they share an office, Victor and that guy, or
I'm not sure. I actually searched both of their names, and that's what came up with that number. So, and it had the email now, which I sent, but I can't guarantee that they've got it. It's not in my email outbox. So,
Well, and you never know. Like sometimes they have emails that are like,
yeah,
inquiry
yeah,
box, and
yeah,
it could very well be there.
yeah, exactly.
At least for a few days. I mean, they'll get to it because a lot of times they might even reach out to clients that way. But
Yeah.
it doesn't mean they you know what I mean?
Yep. I didn't give them your details or anything.
I don't know what side of the law firm they have either. Like, some lawyers are one secretary, and they're in trial.
Yeah.
A big law firm, right?
Don't know.
I guess let's see what I'm doing. But all right, well then I will. Once I get here, I will try to get the.
Thank
See
you.
if I can contact them and see what I can do.
You were the closest one there.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're still 6 hours away. It would be nice if it would have been like close. But
Yeah.
they're on like literally the complete other end of the state.
That's all right. It's not an international mobile phone call.
No. I'm saying you can go down. Like, if it was within drivable distance, I could go down to the courthouse.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, a lot of these people are accessible in that way.
Yep.
What you need to also do, Jody, is reach out to them as well with an offer to come on and do an interview with them. Well, no, what I'm saying, that way they come on and you can ask them these questions if they don't end up doing it. That's one particular way. Because a lot of these lawyers will do that because they're like publicity for them. I mean, they're more than open to it because.
What, invite them onto a live stream?
Yeah. Well, listen, the Murdoch lawyers that were all around that, some of them ended up doing their own podcast because they were going on these. I mean, and they were not big channels at the time, and they were not even big entities, but they were going on social media, and then eventually their voices became known, and they became spokespeople, and they took their positions. And I mean, some of these were the civil attorneys that were floating around the case, and they became staunch advocates against Murdoch. They made a huge name for themselves, and eventually, and their businesses flourished because they get to come on and talk. They sound really smart. And people are like, "I have a problem. I'm going to go call." I mean, look at all the people we were dealing with that all the lawyers that are down there on social media. People are calling them, and so it really helps their business. So a lot of them may be very willing to do that because it'll give them. It'll invite business if they get the opportunity to come on and talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if it's a victory.
Yeah.
They love to go on and brag.
All right. I better get back to my stream. Thanks, Steve.
No
Cheers. Bye. All right. First hand. Why I'm always late on my podcast, okay? It's not me. It's just damn chat. You witnessed it. I'm sorry. Oh, and now I really need a wee.
How many times you ask us?
And that's really funny. Here, I'll put it up. Who'd have said this?
Hi, I'm Wilford Brimley, and I have diabetes. It hurts me to pee, and it causes me to be short with my family. I can't sleep at night. The other day, I stubbed my toe and took it out on the dog. And 2 weeks ago, I ran out of vanilla ice cream and struck my wife. And then I find out my wife's been dead for 6 years. Who the hell did I hit?
This message brought to you by the National Diabetes Association.
Thank you. All right, I'll put this back on and I've got to pee. I'm going to pee my pants. That one. That one. Oh, Lord, what have I started? Far out. I just would feel terrible if she got convicted of this and I didn't even at least try, because that's shit. She might have been an
Frequently.
absolute asshole
Okay.
and ripped people
So
off, but
you're intimately involved with your dad's conversations over his
all right, got a week.
contract. You don't know what he does for a living, but you know about him doing contracts. And your mom had nothing to do with that business as far as you know. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in college now?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Concord University.
What year are you?
It's my second year, but I'm considered a junior.
Okay. Well, your intelligence has been noted, so you're ahead of some of your incoming freshman class. What's your concentration? What's your major?
Accounting and finance.
Do you stress out over finals, or are you just so ahead of the game that that doesn't bother you at all?
I know how to study, so I just make sure I have enough time to do so.
Okay. You know some of your friends that don't take that approach and maybe get a little uneasy around finals time?
My friends are pretty similar to me, I would say.
So you wouldn't know anything about stress of finals or any of that stuff?
I understand stress, but I don't stress over finals usually.
Okay. You understand stress. Would it be fair to say that your dad was acting like a man who was under stress when you answered defense questions about how he was doing and feeling?
I would consider him agitated. Yes.
Agitated. Under stress?
I don't know the cause of the agitation.
Okay, fair enough. You went to school on the date that your dad collapsed at the normal time?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, what would the normal time be?
We would normally get to school around 7:15.
And from your house on 4H Lake Road to the school, how many minutes on a normal day would that be?
Probably 25 with school traffic.
Yeah, that'd actually be pretty good. So you left your house at 10 to 7, something like that? Would that be about the normal time you would do that?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And on the 6th of February, 2019, which is the date your dad collapsed, your mom took you to school, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Somehow you got there. You don't quite remember. That was a long time ago. But you don't remember when you got there, but you did get to school. Yes?
Yes.
And you returned on the bus, and it's about, you don't specifically remember that date, but it was about 2:45. Is that right?
Likely, yes.
Okay. When you got to your house, where was your dad physically at that time?
He was on the couch.
And your mom was there, and who else was there when you got home from school?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Both Hamiltons.
John and Stephanie, yes.
Okay. And did they stay for the rest of the evening, or did they leave shortly after you got home?
I believe they were there for a little while, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Fair enough. Who's Penny Carrico?
She's my aunt.
Did you call her that day and say, hey, we need some help?
I don't really remember that.
Okay. At some point, Penny Carrico came to your house, correct?
Yes.
This is not designed in any way to embarrass you, but were you present when your dad lost control of his bladder? Or had that already happened by the time you got there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you help change your dad's clothes or anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
That's fine. You indicated that about 4 o'clock they took your dad to the hospital. Is that what you remember?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. there's some information that it was actually a couple hours later than that. Would you dispute that?
I wasn't very concerned with the time during that time.
Sure. Did Chris Davis come over to your house before they took your dad to the hospital?
I remember him being there, but I don't remember what time.
Who took care of you and your brother when your folks went to the hospital that day?
I don't remember that day who took us specifically, but I remember while he was in the hospital, we stayed with both of my grandparents on different circumstances and my aunt, I believe.
Same one we were talking about, Ms. Carrico?
Yes.
Were you present at your house when somebody decided we've got to take your dad to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you remember who else was in your house besides your mom and dad? You? Were the Hamiltons still there?
I remember many people were there, but I don't remember if they were still there or not.
Okay. You indicated Mr. Treadway was there?
I believe so, yes.
Were you actually present when your dad was taken to a car and they went to the hospital, or had you already left by then?
I think I was present.
Okay. Let's go back briefly to your dad's business, or what you describe as your dad's business. You know what his end of the was, but as far as you know, your mom had nothing to do with it. Is that what you understand?
Yes.
And so if there were bunches of messages where your mom was telling people, here's what's going on with the business, here's when you're going to get paid, can you invest in this, can you invest, those types of, you would know nothing about that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can I have just a moment, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. What's your grandma or your mom's name?
Daphne?
What's her last name?
Daphne Jessup.
Okay. Did she come over to your house that day while you were there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know if your mom communicated with her by phone or text or anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So if a message went from your mom to your grandma that said, Nick and I are enjoying a little girl couch time at about 4 o'clock that evening, you wouldn't know anything about that?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember enjoying some girl time with your mom at 4 o'clock on February the 6th, 2019?
We both sat with my father. Yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Oh, what did I miss?
Sure.
What was? What was the outcome of that?
Thank you.
All right, redirect Ms. Beckley.
In 2019, how old were you? Just give us some good math.
13, I believe.
On February the 6th, when your father was unconscious, I presume, or sleeping, or has already fell on the ground, were you concerned about who was in the house?
Not really.
Were you concerned about your father?
Yes.
Now, prosecutor asked you about asking your dad about the contracts or what he was doing. Would you agree with me that your father sometimes paid less attention to you than your brother?
Yes.
Well, the court's on lunch break now.
Would you say that you were perhaps that you were starved for his attention?
Yes.
And you wanted his attention by asking him first what the heck he was doing. Right.
Yes.
But he never really took the bait and never really talked to you about anything else other than giving you the answer, I'm working on the contracts, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I ask one more?
Sure, go ahead.
I should have asked you this before, and I'm sorry, but you indicated that your dad was his happiest when he was getting money. Wouldn't it be when he thought he was going to get some money?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. You indicated that your dad was at his happiest when he was getting some money. Is that what you remember saying?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also happy when he thought he was going to be getting some money?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
For a 13-year-old, did you understand the word investors?
Vaguely, I would say.
Did your father ever use that word, investors?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the investors, if you remember?
He would never say it to me directly, but he would just talk about paying the investors.
Paying the investor.
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're now a future accounting genius, did you understand what he meant by that?
I would say fairly well, yes.
Well, what did you understand by that? Then.
That there were individuals investing in the company and he needed to pay them back.
Okay. Did you ever see any documents that your father would show you? The company documents, the spreadsheets, anything that had to do with income and outlay of money.
I had seen him working on a spreadsheet, but I wasn't told what it was.
Okay. You don't remember the details, what was on those spreadsheets?
No, I wasn't allowed to really see a lot.
Why weren't you allowed to see?
We just didn't get along.
Your father wouldn't let you see what he was working on?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned.
Yes, sir.
You may step down, Ms. Cochran. You are excused. Members of the jury, this is an opportune time for us to take our mid-morning break, and we will do so. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please refrain from viewing, listening, or watching any accounts of this trial, and we'll break for about 10 or 15 minutes. You may go with the beta.
Oh, we can skip this. Why? Of course you can. I'm exhausted now. See, things like that, where normally you get your adrenaline pumping.
Let me inquire of the defense if the next witness might be the juvenile. Okay.
I anticipate calling Penny Carrico.
All right. Can you alert me so that I can alert the media as to when the juvenile might be called?
Certainly, sir.
And for the benefit of the media folks in the back, we do have a juvenile witness that is slated to testify, and I don't want his face portrayed or shown on camera or on screen. And I don't know whether you have the ability to blur that out or not. If you can, please do that. If you can't do that, please show something else on screen. Audio is okay, but I just don't want his face to be portrayed. Are we squared away on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Skip. Skippity-doo-dah. Who's that?
Was born.
Okay. She is Natalie.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat there. All right, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Penny Lowry.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you. Were you known at some point as Penny Carrico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're the one and the same person?
Yes.
Okay. Lowry is your married name, ma'am?
It is.
Okay. I want to ask you whether you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
I do.
How do you know Natalie?
I'm her older sister.
Then I presume you know her late husband, or you knew her late husband, Michael Cochrane,
Absolutely, yes.
and their children.
Yes.
How well did you know Penny? I mean, Penny. How long did you know Natalie?
Oh, I mean, she's, my whole life. I was 12 years old, I think, when she was born.
Okay. She is Natalie Page, right?
Correct.
And you're Penny.
Yes.
All right. Did you maintain very close contact with Natalie and her family?
Yes. Yes.
Did you socialize other than in family settings?
Yes.
What would you do?
They've been on vacation with me before. I mean, we'd do dinners, we'd go to their house, we'd been to the beach, things like that.
Normal family things?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And then additional vacations, outings,
Yes.
going out?
My daughter went a lot of places with them.
Okay. Let me cut to the chase. Did you know that Michael Cochrane was using any substances?
Yes.
What kind of substances was he using?
I don't really know what they were, but he had a lot of things in cabinets and on the counter and stuff. He took stuff. I usually saw him take them in the mornings when I was there.
What was he using those substances for?
To be buffer, bigger, to be stronger.
Why did he want to be stronger or buffer?
He just wanted to. He fought in tough man contests, and that's just the way he liked to be. But he fought in the tough man contest and things like that.
Did he care about his physical appearance?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was he trying to be an athlete? Is that what it was?
I don't know so much an athlete as he just wanted to look that way.
How about bodybuilder?
I don't know if I would call it that. He wanted his body to look that way, but I don't know that he wanted to be a bodybuilder. But he did like fighting, like kickboxing, things like that.
Okay. How long did you observe Michael Cochrane take all these substances?
Years. It'd been years since I've known, since they were together.
Have you ever been able to determine what these substances were?
No, sir. I never asked him. I would just say, please stop. And he'd just, laugh at me.
How frequently did you observe Michael and these substances?
I've known him. I guess I've known him since they've been together, since, they were in high school. So it was often, but I don't really have an amount of time, but it was several times.
How many pills? Pills were those pills that he was taking?
Pills, and I remember him doing mixing a bunch of stuff to drink and powders and things along those lines.
Did he also inject anything?
I only saw that one time, and they were at the beach with us. And I came out of my bedroom, and he was in the kitchen. And I can remember the kids they were young enough, they slept together on the sofa bed. And I was sitting on their bed, and he was in the kitchen. I saw him do an injection.
Did you ever see him take insulin?
I don't know what he took. Okay. I mean, if that was one of the things I wouldn't know. I didn't know the names of any of this stuff.
Okay. Whatever was he telling you about all these substances?
He really never told me anything. I said, you please stop that. You've got to stop that. It's not good for you. And he would always just laugh and, say, oh, you're retarded, Penny. It's okay. Or, and one time I told my nephew, I said, please don't ever do that. What your dad's doing. And he would laugh at me. I mean, he wanted to be strong.
Okay. How many pills at a time?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, you said that he laid out something on.
Yeah, well, he had a whole counter full of stuff in a cabinet. And there was a lot. I don't know how much he took at once when, I just saw the times that I was there. Usually when I saw him was in the mornings.
Do you know where these pills came from?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever see any packages delivered to their house? Or?
I've seen packages delivered to their house, but I couldn't tell you what were
Okay,
in them.
but you don't know whether these were pills or
No,
anything.
no.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you whether you observe Michael's health over the last, say, 3 years of his life.
Have I observed it?
Have you observed his demeanor, his health, his general appearance?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about it. Starting, say, in 2017, when he had, well, I understand he had a back surgery.
A back surgery?
Right.
I don't even really recall that. I know that there was a time he got really sick, and we thought it might be mold because he'd worked under the house. They have an older house, and he'd worked in some old houses. And he would tell me that he was just dizzy and felt foggy all the time, or that he just couldn't think. And then the same way I observed him during, when he passed away, he had done that before, and I had seen him in the hospital. He would throw up, and what I thought, I would just be speculating, but I thought it looked more like seizure activity.
Okay. Did you ever see him on these occasions that you mentioned when he went to the hospital? I presume that was in October and November 2018.
I can't remember the dates, but I think so, yes.
And then in February of 2019.
Yes.
Did you ever see him sick on any other occasions?
Not anything that was abnormal. He was sick, or he would say he felt bad, or but typically what I would consider myself sick. He would have days that he would be throwing up or things like that. But the main occasion was that one in October and November.
Did his health improve, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Tell us about, say, right before he went to the hospital in November of 2018. What did you observe of him?
Just that I really thought something was wrong with their house, because the kids even had like a lot of runny noses and stuff. But he would just say, he couldn't think clear. He wouldn't remember things. And I'd say, well, do you remember? I would say, I don't know. We'd be talking about something. I'd say, well, it's this. He said, well, I couldn't think of it. Or, and he just seemed different. He would get angrier. And we just thought he had a lot of mold poisoning.
When he came out of the hospital in November 2018, what was he like? How did he act?
He came through, and he seemed like he was going to be fine. He was like he was before. He was just himself. The same way. He was still foggy, and I told him, I said, you've got to quit taking this stuff.
Okay.
So what happened while he was in hospital? I missed that.
Oh. And what was his response? Retarded penny? Is that what he said?
No, not that time. He had before. He'd always laugh.
Sorry.
During, when he passed away.
I had to heat up my food again.
He had done that before, and I had seen him in the hospital. He would throw up, and what I thought, I would just be speculating, but I thought it looked more like seizure activity.
Okay. Did you ever see him on these occasions that you mentioned when he went to the hospital? I presume that was in October and November 2018.
I can't remember the dates, but I think so, yes.
And then in February of 2019.
Yes.
Did you ever see him sick on any other occasions?
Not anything that was abnormal. He was sick, or he would say he felt bad, or but typically what I would consider myself sick. He would have days that he would be throwing up or things like that. But the main occasion was that one in October and November.
Did his health improve, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Tell us about, say, right before he went to the hospital in November of 2018.
Yeah,
what did you observe of him?
Just that I really thought something was wrong with their house, because
the
kids even had like a lot of runny noses and stuff. But he would just say, he couldn't think clear. He wouldn't remember things. And I'd say, well, do you remember? I would say, I don't know. We'd be talking about something. I'd say, well, it's this. He said, well, I couldn't think of it.
Now, when I say to you, I've got a brain fart moment, you just can't. Your brain just goes, and you cannot literally. I could be talking about something mid-sentence, and someone will say something, and I'll just completely even forget the topic.
And he just seemed different. He would get angrier.
Yep.
And we just thought he had a lot of mold poisoning.
No, that's to do with the steroids too. It affects your
When
mood.
he came out of the hospital in November 2018, what was he like? How did he act?
He came through, and he seemed like he was going to be fine. He was like he was before. He was just himself. The same way. He was still foggy, and I told him, I said, you've got to quit taking this stuff.
Okay. And and what was his response? Retarded penny? Is that what he said?
No, not that time. He had before. He'd always laugh at me and just say, "Oh."
If you have to have like surgical procedures, I have to actually take my endocrinologist has to print out to the anaesthetist how to manage my cortisol levels IV whilst I'm under anaesthetic, because they have to compensate for my lack of production, but also the healing process and the effects that the drop in cortisol would have in my recovery process as well. So it's got to be titrated to the length of time that you're unconscious, to the inflammation that's caused from the surgery, to the anxiety that brings on. It's a whole factor of things. It's not just one thing. It affects everything.
Oh, Penny, and he I don't remember what he said that time, because I'd say it to him a lot. So you've got to stop. And I didn't want Ashton, his son, to start that habit.
Let's use the initials for
Sorry.
The son. Well,
You got me
ever,
hankering for
when
sausages
he came out
yesterday.
of the hospital,
I made deviled sausages.
he expressed his liking or disliking hospitals.
He was mad. He told me, he said, if you ever do that to me again, if any of you all ever do that to me again, he said, I will be furious with you. I'll never forgive you. He said, I do not want to wake up again in a hospital.
Okay. Did you ever observe him work on any contracts or anything in his business? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I mean, I knew they did contracts. I didn't see him like sitting at a desk working on them, but we had talked about them some.
Well, what did he tell you about his work?
The conversations that I can remember with him, I remember one time we were at his son's football practice, and I was a principal of a school at the time, and I said, if things keep going well, would you consider donating some? He liked, physical activity. I said, would you consider donating some stuff to my school? And he said, yeah. He said, why don't you?
If things are doing well, would you consider donating some stuff to my school? Would $500 million be considered doing well? I wonder.
Do some of these too. He said, there's a lot of educational ones we can help you find, and you can work on them as well. And there were a few times he had signed checks to give to me that when when they owed me money.
Did he ever tell you anything about being a gun dealer?
I don't know that he told me, but I knew they were.
Well, what did he tell you?
I don't know how I knew or if he told me, but I just know they had gotten the license to deal with arms. And then they started that business. Well, they bought a location, and then they started fixing that up for.
They're still there.
They called it Tactical Solutions.
You might have
Did
to
he ever tell you
refresh
that he
StreamYard.
sold many
Log
guns
out and log
to the
back in.
government?
I don't recall if he told me that.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he dealt with the government?
Yes.
And what do you recall him saying?
Just that they were doing government contracts. That was, that's what they were doing now, and that was their, that was their job basically. He just told me that's what they were doing.
Tell us about. Did you know anything about their financial situation?
What do you mean exactly?
How did they live? Did they live modestly? Did they live in luxury? How did they live?
I would say between modest and luxury. I mean, I wouldn't call it luxurious, but I felt better than I did. But, they got to do a lot of things. They had a nice home. They had nice vehicles. I mean, I didn't know their financial status per se. I never asked, but they lived well.
Were they buying any boats or anything like that? Do you know anything about that?
They were going to. I know I think they looked at a boat or were going to buy a boat. I'm not sure if they ended up doing that, but they were buying some things, yes.
He had plenty of motorcycles, from what I remember.
I remember one motorcycle. I don't know how many he had. He had a sports car and a truck.
How about did they buy any other properties?
Well, they bought the business. I think it was I call it Eisenhower. They bought a building there. I think they had, I best I can remember, they bought a home that they were renting to someone, and then they were looking to buy a house at Flat Top Lake, but I don't think they ever did.
How about there was some talk about helicopters and hangars. What was that all about?
I don't recall the details, but I just know he was going to, I think they had a hangar. He was going to buy a helicopter. They were looking at it with his friend, best that I can recall. I didn't talk in depth about that. That stuff didn't matter to me.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that they lived really well?
Yes, yeah. They had more than I had.
Michael was a generous person, wasn't he?
Yes.
He would take people out.
All the time.
He would pay.
There was only one time he ever let us pay. I mean, he always paid for our meals every time, because he took He took us out
Oh,
a
he
lot.
should.
They did a lot for my daughter. Like he would take her places with the kids.
Where would he go? Was that?
Oh, he ate out at Chili's almost every day. Like he took her on a they took her to Disney World. He ate out every day. So
And he paid for that?
yes.
Took your daughter to Disney World?
With the family did, yes.
The whole family?
Their family, yes, took my daughter, yes.
And he paid for it.
Yes.
Yeah. I think he can afford it.
You know that they went to Paris, France, and
yes.
they went to Hawaii, they went to other places.
I don't remember Hawaii, but I do remember Paris. Yes.
All right. Where else did they go on vacations?
They go to the beach a lot.
Which beach?
I just remember Myrtle.
Myrtle.
Yeah, they went with us some.
Okay. And who funded that? Who paid for all of that?
Well, at the times that I remember, my family rented a condo in the summer because I'm an educator and I was off at that time. And they would come stay with us, but he paid for like lots of our meals and to do things. Okay. That was some time ago. It was
okay.
The kids were really little.
Okay. Then
I know.
Did Michael have his own medicine cabinet in the house that you remember?
I don't know if it was like I called it his own, but it was a cabinet with all of his stuff, and I can remember it kind of being in the corner because I was hunting for a glass, and there was all kinds of stuff in there that was his, and yeah, I mean, I just knew it was his stuff.
What was Michael's profession as such?
The only thing that I remember him being an IT guy for a little while for Job Force, but that's all I recall.
That's that IT. I hear that IT. What does that mean, really?
I think he helped with their technology if they needed like wiring or that was my understanding. I didn't talk to him much about what he did.
What did he do for the businesses that he had with Natalie?
I'm not sure what all he did.
Okay. Now, when you in February of 2019, what did Michael look like and what did he act like? What was his appearance like? Tell us about what you saw.
I mean, just thinking back, I don't know how often I saw him that month or what. I mean, he looked like he had done in the past. Do you mean before the day that he passed away? Yeah, he seemed the same as I was used to. He was very angry. And I just remember he wrote me a check that they owed me some money, and he said, "I'm leaving it at the front door." Like he didn't want me to come in or see him. And I don't know. He was just mad because I'd asked for my money.
Was he confused?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Did he complain of any headaches?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He did a lot. I mean, even way before February.
What did he tell you about his headaches?
Nothing. They just said, he would take aspirin and stuff because he had headaches. But I'm a migraine sufferer. His son is as well. So I didn't think much about anything. He had a headache. And then again, when it got really bad, we thought it was where he was working on this house. I think he was up underneath it and stuff in the crawl space. We thought maybe mold or something had gone into his lungs causing that.
You've never seen his medical records, have you?
No.
And in February, February 6th, you actually went to the Cochrane's house.
If that was the day, yes, I did.
Well, Michael supposedly collapsed.
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, I got a call. My niece.
Yeah, I know.
Called me around. I was at work, and the school was out. Like all the kids are gone. She calls in, "Mom needs some help. Can you come over?" And then I went and I helped her get him. He kind of slumped off the couch, and I helped her get him back on. And she was going to clean him up. He had an accident. And Nikki went to get his clothes, and I helped her with that. And that was around 4:00.
Who was at the house at that time, from your observation?
Nikki and their son, Natalie, and myself.
Anybody else who came later?
Later that evening, yes.
Who came later?
She called me around. We were on our way to go out and eat, and I was in the car. She had called and said, "I'm taking him to the hospital. Can you please come get the kids?" And it was dark, but it was February, so I know it was around 6:00 or so because I remember trying to call my mom, and they're always at church. And so I said, "Yeah, I'll come get the kids." And when I went there, I think I was the first one in there, and then Thomas and Lacey Treadway came in, and then the last people in, Chris Davis and his son, followed in after that.
Okay. Were you, at least you, aware of the fact that Michael Cochrane didn't want to go to the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
He expressed that view exactly to you. He expressed
everybody, yes, to all of his.
And Natalie was present when he.
Oh, yeah, yes. When the first episode happened, he told all of us, yes.
All right, if I may have a second.
Certainly.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Honor. You work for the Raleigh County Board of Education?
I do.
And in 2019, what was your job?
At that time, I was a principal.
Where?
Shady Spring Elementary.
Okay. And your current position is what?
I'm the assistant superintendent.
Oh, okay.
Never ask a question you don't know the
You were
answer to.
an investor in the defendant's company?
I was.
You lose some money?
I did.
About how much did you lose?
She was my sister, so I didn't really keep records. I mean, I didn't consider it more of it was a business deal, but I just thought she could, it would help me out. So, but when everything was said and done, I felt like it was around $50,000.
Okay. Did you ever get any of it back?
Well, that's what I ended up, I think, not having. So like I would give some and I'd get some, give some and get some. And then when it all ended, I think I was 50,000 around.
50,000 around.
In the
Okay.
hole.
Do you know how much you put in altogether?
No. Like I said, it was just, yeah, go ahead and put me in for this contract. And then I would say, here's some more. I don't really recall. I really don't.
Were your dealings with Michael on these transactions?
Natalie with the money.
Okay. So she controlled all the money for the company, and according to your niece, he was at his computer doing whatever he did with government contracts. But the money side of it was your sister.
He wrote me some checks. Like he would write them and sign them. But as far as like me saying, I want to give for this contract, I dealt with her.
Okay. You got a call. The first call you got was from your niece?
Yes.
Saying we need help?
Yes.
That was after school, and you were at Shady
Absolutely.
Elementary?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Which
what
is how far
pisses
from
me
the
off
Cochrane
with
house, roughly?
People like this.
About 6 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very close.
And you
And
went
especially if they
the
turn
first
it
time to
to
the
take
Cochrane
advantage
house
of their
that day by
family as well.
yourself?
That's
I did.
Okay. You indicated that Michael was
wrong.
on the floor. Actually, this may not be fair, but was Michael on the floor in front of the couch or next to a couch?
No, he was on the couch, but he was kind of his leg and arm were off of it, and his head was kind of on the couch part. So I helped her get him up on the couch comfortably, his head on the pillow, and his arm, everything up on the couch. And I kind of held a blanket, and Nikki got him some clothes. She cleaned him up. Natalie cleaned him up.
You got me a little bit confused there. Nikki got some clothes, and
Yeah.
the defendant cleaned him up.
Yes, so she said, Nikki, run and get him some clean pants, and I kind of held a blanket there, and I helped out while she did that.
Okay. So did you participate other than holding the blanket up over Michael?
No, and I really didn't do that. To be honest, the son kept saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. He kept aggravating her the whole time. And she said, stop, I'm trying to deal with this. I said, why don't you just let me deal with him? And I don't recall if I took him or if I went, but I think I took him to get food and brought him back.
Okay. Now, before Nikki called you, you had heard from the defendant, correct?
I had.
How did she communicate with you?
She texted me.
And she sent you this picture, correct?
She did.
What was your reaction to seeing that picture for the first time?
She sent it, and she sent a text that said something like, he's sick and won't get up, or something along. I just remember thinking, I know it sounds terrible, but I was really busy. There was kids and stuff all in my office, and I remember thinking, what does she mean he won't get up? And I thought, well, what does she want me to do?
Okay.
You
Then by the time Nikki called, that was 2 hours later?
Oh, it was more than that, probably.
More than that,
Mhm.
because your school had been dismissed for the day.
Yes.
And what time would that be?
It was around 4. I was working at my desk, and she texted me, and I remember, I think my secretary was still there because I said, I've got to go. Natalie needs me. And that's the best I can recall. I remember I was at my desk and Nikki called me.
When you got to the Cochrane house in answer to Nikki's call to you, tell us what you remember about what you saw.
Well, like I said, when I went in, he was on the couch, but he was kind of slumped over it. And I helped her get him on the couch comfortably. He was snoring and making noises. And I thought the same thing I thought the first time I saw him in the hospital in November, whenever that was, that he had another seizure and that he was going to be coming up out of that. So I helped her. He had an accident. So, I helped her get him up there, fixed on the couch. And she said, Nikki, go get him some clothes. I kind of put a blanket over him. And then that's all that happened at that time.
Okay. When you saw him in the hospital, was he?
I'm sorry.
All right. And we need to identify that exhibit for the purpose of the record, please.
It's attached to a text. I cannot tell you off the top of my head. If you give us a moment, we can.
Okay,
see
maybe
it.
Ms. Acord can track it down.
Can I go on with the exam? While
Yes,
we're
go
doing-
ahead.
Okay. You get to the house. You've described what actions you took to help your sister with her distressed husband. But my question to you goes to when he was in the hospital. You went to Charleston to see the Cochrans?
Yes, sir.
Was Michael sedated while he was in there, to the best of your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay, but you just know he was not awake.
Correct.
On the 19th of February of 6th of February 2019, when you got to the Cochran's house, was Michael ever in a position where you heard him converse with anybody?
No.
Did you hear him converse with anybody either time you were there?
No.
Now, you came back at the request of the defendant to pick up the kids?
Yes.
And that's because what?
She called me and we were on our way to dinner and she called me. I was in the car and she said, I'm going to take him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to come help. Can you come get the kids?
Okay. When you came to pick up the kids, who was present at the house at that time?
I think it was just me at the time. My husband stayed in the car, or we weren't married at the time, but I can't remember if Thomas and Lacey had gotten there yet or not. I think it was just me, but I know Chris and his son came in last.
Okay.
So I can't recall if they were there before me or me. It's been a long time.
Yeah. So to the best of your recollection, the defendant was there, Michael was there, the two kids were there.
Yes.
But Mr. Treadway showed up after you got there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He might have been there when I got there. I remember him and his wife were there, but I can't I just remember Chris came in after I was there because I saw him and his son come in through the door.
And the Treadways might have been there, or they might have come in.
Yeah, I don't
Fair
recall
enough.
who was there first, me or them.
Fair enough. The decision to actually take Michael to the hospital, when did that come about?
I don't know. Like I said, she called me and said, I'm taking him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to help. Can you come get the kids? And then we were all there. And I remember saying, he is going to be so mad at us. And but we all said, well, we have to take him. So.
Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital, notwithstanding his prior reservations about that?
Say that again.
Sure. Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital despite his statements that I don't want to go back again?
Not until everybody was in there. We were all in there and we were all talking and we were all talking and everyone was talking about how mad he was going to be. And I remember saying, well, we still need to take him. And then I remember Chris saying yes. And then I went and got my now husband we helped get him in the car.
So who actually, to the best of your recollection, helped to take Michael to the car?
Chris, Thomas, and my now husband, Mario.
Okay. Whose car did they take Michael to?
Natalie's.
And who was driving the car or were you present when the car drove off?
I was not.
You went back inside or?
No, I was going to take the kids with me and they wanted to go with Thomas and Lacey because they have kids their age. And I said, well, we just left because we felt like our job was done there.
Okay. So you didn't end up with the kids that night?
No, I did not.
So
we left after he was in the car, but I don't know who ended up going or.
Okay. Well, did you see Michael in the car?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the very back.
And
they laid him across it's a long SUV and they laid him across in the back.
Who else did you see anybody else in the car?
No.
So you didn't see your sister, you didn't see Chris?
No one was in the car when I left.
Just Michael. Can I have just a moment, please?
Sure.
I believe the state has any additional questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Victor.
Do you recall in August 2018 when Michael Cochran brought Natalie to your school and told you that he wanted you to deal with him from that moment on?
Yes.
That was in August of 2018.
I can't recall the date.
Okay. But he told you that he wanted for you to deal with him in the matters of business?
Yes.
With him only?
Yes.
Okay. You lost almost 50 grand on this.
That's what I think when it was all said and done.
And you should be really, really mad at your sister.
Yeah.
And I presume Michael, but he's not with us.
Right.
And yet it did not color your testimony here today.
No.
Did it? Okay. That's all. Thank you.
I have one follow-up, Your Honor.
Right,
and
ahead.
it should have been asked on cross, but
Okay.
it wasn't. What did the defendant tell you actually happened to Michael that day?
we never really talked about that except in the text. She just said he was sick and she sent me the picture and said he was sick and he wouldn't get up. I just remember however it was worded. I thought, well, why won't he get up? I didn't know if he couldn't, he wouldn't. That's all I remember, that she said he was sick.
Well, but at some point, didn't she tell you what happened to him?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, do you remember being interviewed July 16th of 2019 by a couple of police officers?
I probably was, yeah. I mean, I remember being interviewed. I don't know when it was.
Okay. And at that time, you indicated that the defendant told you that he threw up, hit his head, and seized.
She told me I recall the throwing up the first time this happened in October, November. She told me that he hit his head much later after he had been in the hospital in February. She said he had hit his head on the counter when he fell.
And we're talking now about February 6th.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But the throwing up, I can only recall, like I said, it's been a long time, but I remember he was throwing up a lot during the October, November time, even in the car.
And you indicated in questioning from the defense that you have no idea what supplements Michael was taking.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions to say it.
Did you ever see any dent on the counter in the kitchen of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
There was it wasn't a dent because it was like corian or something, but there was a divot knocked out of it, yes.
And that's what Natalie told you, that's where he hit his head?
Yes.
And there was a dent on it?
Yes.
I may have a second.
All right.
6, I think.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Judge, to clear up the record, I think that picture is in State's Exhibit 6.
All right, thank you. Any further questions of the witness, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Thomas Bledsoe.
You will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat right there.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Thomas Treadway.
Mr. Treadway, what do you do for a living?
I'm a freelance graphic designer.
Okay. Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We met through youth sports. Our kids are friends.
Okay. Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Cochran?
Through youth sports.
Was there a time that you would get involved in Mr. Cochran's business, Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's business?
Yes.
What was the initial involvement that you had with that business?
They would contact me. Mike would contact me about doing graphics, designs, signs.
For what? For the business?
I actually did the sign at TSG out on Eisenhower Drive.
Was he satisfied with your product?
Yes, he was.
And from there on, I presume the discussion concerned your investment in the business, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it ended up and culminated in your investing a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
Would you kindly share with the jury how much you may have invested in that business?
I do not have that information. I would have to go through my CPA to get that.
That was a significant amount.
Yeah.
Who did you deal with in terms of the investments?
Mike.
Okay. What did he tell you that what you were investing in? I mean, obviously there wasn't like, give us X number of dollars and invest in something. What did he tell you about the investments?
It was for contracts for graphics, mostly.
For contracts for what?
For graphics.
Graphics. And were there any government contracts as well?
Yes.
What else were you investing in?
Mainly that.
Okay. Was there any great promise of great returns?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually, I presume you wrote the checks to the companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Through your contact with Mr. Cochrane, you kind of learned to know him quite well, right?
Yes.
How well did you know him?
He was my son's favorite coach.
Okay. He was good at sports, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
He was very athletic.
Toughman competitions?
Yes.
Pulling a hammer, right?
I believe so.
Any other sports activities that he was involved in?
Just through the youth sports. There was an alumni football game he played in, and
he appeared a model of health, didn't he?
yes.
And yet, what did you observe in about 2018?
Mike seemed really agitated, really not really himself.
When he was himself, what was he like?
Focused.
Focused.
Yes.
Task-oriented, wasn't he?
Yes, very.
And then around 2018, he started being what?
Like I said, he wasn't himself. He didn't act the same.
Did he have any? Well, was he ever confused?
There was an instance where he seemed very confused.
Did he complain about headaches?
Not to me, not that I remember.
When did he appear confused to you?
There was an instance where the families went to eat. We went out to eat, and there was an instance there.
Okay. Is that the Panera Bread situation?
Yes.
That wasn't one of his favorite restaurants, right?
No.
In fact, he hated it with an unbridled passion.
Yes, he did.
And all of a sudden, he takes you to Panera Bread.
Yes.
And says what?
We were sitting around the table together, and he looked at me and said, "You have a hat on." And at the time, we laughed about it. I was like, "Mike, I always have a hat. I always wear a hat." And never thought anything about that until after. And it kind of was like, "Oh, that was really kind of weird for Mike to ask me I didn't have a hat on."
Was he ever confused about where he left his car?
I can't say that I would know anything about that.
Was he, you said he was agitated. How was he, what was he agitated about?
We never discussed where the agitation come from. I mean, he just seemed really visibly agitated.
Okay. Now, did Michael, you knew that Michael went to the hospital in October and November of 2018, right?
Yes.
Did you see him before he went to the hospital in October and November?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember what he was like, or what he acted like?
I don't remember instances, but I know that he was pretty sick.
Okay. And he stayed in the hospital on 2 different occasions then?
Yes.
Do you know whatever the doctors told him was wrong with him?
I never heard a diagnosis. We kept the kids, so we didn't weren't involved in that aspect of it.
Did he ever tell you what was wrong with him?
I heard black mold, which was brought up.
Did he ever? He said that he didn't like hospitals, did he?
No, he did not.
Never wanted to go back to the hospital.
Exactly.
All right. Did you ever know that he was using any substances to be more athletic, let's say?
Yes.
What do you know about it?
I don't know the details of what he took. I don't know, but Mike was very concerned with his body and his appearance.
Did he ever tell you he was taking substances?
I don't think that conversation ever came out.
Did you know from any personal knowledge that he was taking substances?
I would just gather that, with his physical appearance, that he would take supplements and various other things.
What kind of contractual relationship did you have with Michael? What did you do for him other than his first contract? Did you have any other work for him?
Yes, I did pretty much anything that was graphic wise. I handled that for them.
Okay. How did he appear to you in January or in February of 2019?
January was I think was around the time that the Panera Bread, the hack comment came out.
And from then on, how did he appear to you?
He just, to me, he seemed, my opinion, that he seemed really wired. Really
He seemed what?
Wired.
Wired.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what bothered him?
No.
Did he ever suggest anything to you that he was in any physical discomfort?
No.
Never complained about his health?
No, not to me.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Treadway, could you go into a little more detail about you're a graphic designer? Is that what you are?
Yes.
What does a graphic designer do?
I designed their sign out in front of their business. I did a design for a firearm. I designed T-shirts. I designed baseball uniforms, logos for the baseball uniforms.
Letterhead? Does
No.
anybody do letterhead anymore?
No.
So you never had any involvement with any of the letterhead that the Cochran's might have utilized, or specifically the defendant?
No.
There's a fraudulent document that the defendant sent around on Bank of America letterhead. Would a graphic designer have?
I'm going to object to the characterization of it. We don't know what document it is. We already are calling it fraudulent.
All right, let's just call it a straight out document at this point.
Thank you. A Bank of America document. Would a graphic designer create this document?
I would guess.
Okay, but you're saying it wasn't you?
No.
Who's Lacey Treadway?
My wife.
Your wife. And she's a notary?
Yes.
And she did notary work for the Cochrans?
Yes. To my knowledge.
Pardon?
To my knowledge.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let me take you to the date of Mr. Cochran's collapse, February the 6th of 2019. Were you asked to come to the Cochran residence that day?
I wasn't asked. I called Natalie to see if she needed some help.
Out of the clear blue, or how did that happen?
She had texted me telling me Mike had failed.
Okay. Did she send you the picture with that, or just tell you?
I'm not sure of that, and I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Do you know what time you got to the Cochran house?
It was in the evening. It was late. I taught classes at Concord, so it was late in the evening.
Graphic design classes?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at this. Oops.
Oops.
Relative to when Chris Davis appeared, according to you, when did you show up?
What was the question again?
Well, Chris Davis appeared at the Cochran house while you were there, correct?
After me, yes.
And so you got there how much before he did?
I'm unclear.
Take a look at your text.
10 or 15 minutes before Chris got there.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to question your text, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You were one of the people that helped take Mr. Cochran to the car?
Yes.
Okay. And so when the defendant said that, you would not dispute that. You were absolutely one of the people. Right?
Right.
Okay. Who else helped carry Mr. Cochran to the car besides you and Chris Davis?
It's really unclear. I know Penny Carrico was there. Her husband, Mario, was there. I don't remember exactly everyone that was there at that time or helped carry Mike.
You just know you did?
I carried Mike, helped Mike carry Mike to the car.
And Chris Davis did?
And Chris Davis.
There may have been some others that helped, but those are the two, you two for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated you were there about 10 or 15 minutes before Chris Davis arrived. The defendant seems to indicate that you thought Mr. Cochrane was getting worse. Can you explain that to us?
I do not remember having that conversation.
Okay, so you don't say, hey, I think he's getting worse, we need to do something?
I'm not a medical professional. I can't evaluate that.
Fair enough. After Mr. Cochrane died on the 11th of February of 2019, do you recall giving the defendant some advice as to what she should do legally?
I don't recall that.
Does that help you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you suggesting that she's make that timeline?
In any circumstance, I wouldn't know why you wouldn't do that.
And you were also helping her remember that she checked Mr. Cochrane's vital signs, correct?
That's what it says.
She asked for your assistance in mounting her defense, didn't she?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Did she ask you to look into Michael's phone?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Well, it's been a while back. Let's take a look at this.
Can you folks read this on the screen? Okay, because I can't. But happily, I have a little monitor right here.
Well, they don't fit very well on there, but she'll bring you his phone to crack his phone. You remember that now?
I remember looking at the phone to see if there was anything that I could help her with there.
And you were trying to figure out why she couldn't get into it. You asked her some questions about that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Mr. Treadway, you were asked to provide statements to the law enforcement people that were investigating your friend's death. What was your response to that?
No, thank you.
So you were not interested in cooperating with the state police people who are investigating this?
No, thank you.
Michael was a friend of yours?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And you made a very succinct comment about what you would tell them. Remember what you said?
Not right offhand.
It's a statement, they won't get shit from me, come to your recollection?
If that's what the text message says, then that's what it is.
And that is the way you felt about it. They weren't going to get any cooperation from you.
If that's what the text message says.
I didn't ask you if that's what the text message said. I asked you if that's what your position was. They were not going to get any help from you.
Spin it around.
That would hurt the defendant, correct?
I don't recall ever saying that.
No, you didn't say that. That's what your position was, wasn't it?
My position was no, thank you.
No, thank you, as in you're not going to get any help from me.
I didn't say no help. I said no, thank you.
No information.
Said no shit from me. They ain't
No,
gonna
thank you
get shit.
was my response.
No, thank you. Oh shit! I forgot I had my coffee here. Well, I wonder if it's still warm. What a dickhead. It's only been sitting there for 5 hours. Fuck, 5
Well,
hours.
they ain't getting shit from me. That's your response.
If that's
Not
what-
no thank you. That's your response,
Okay.
correct? That's all the
I'm
questions.
under my feet were numb when I stood up before.
Redirect Mr. Victor.
Yep, that's cold.
Were you informed that Michael Cochrane actually locked the cell phone to the point that Natalie Cochran could not get into it?
That was what was conveyed to me.
So some of those messages that we saw in court were the messages sent by Michael Cochrane, not Natalie Cochran.
Yeah.
Because she had no access to it.
Exactly.
And then,
Oh.
so when, and he controlled that situation, didn't he?
It was his phone.
It was his phone.
Uh-huh.
So then after he died, she wanted to know what was on it, what the messages were, right?
Right.
And she asked you to help you decode it.
If I could, yes.
It's not a big deal, is it?
You didn't think it was a big deal.
I didn't think at the time that was a big deal.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you, and it's still on the screen, about this. Well, they ain't getting shit from me. Well, would you care to enlighten us as to why?
I was asked if I wanted to give a statement, and I did some research before I talked to them and told them no, thank you.
Would you care to share us what type of research you did?
I did some research and I found a document that had some information about some witness tampering. And so I didn't think that that was someone that I needed to talk to.
Witness tampering. Who tampered with witnesses?
There were several names in the article.
But it wasn't my client who tampered with witnesses.
No.
Somebody else tampered with witnesses according to that article, and that's why you refused to talk to the police.
Exactly.
What kind of witnesses are we talking about in this case?
No, not in this case.
I see. So you did not believe that talking to the police officers would be appropriate because they weren't trustworthy. Is that what?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And is it true that there were very specific officers that were mentioned there?
Yes.
In that article. All right. Okay. That's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
So this is a generic witness tampering fear that you had and not related to the investigators in this case. Is that correct?
The article contained names of investigators in this case.
Oh.
And this article came from where?
The Charleston Gazette.
And they accused the investigators in this case of tampering with witnesses?
Not with this case, the case that they worked on previously.
And it specifically named Heinzman and Bledsoe?
Yes, sir.
And this is a Charleston Gazette article?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know if there's any merit to that or not. That was just a report in the Charleston Gazette.
I'm pretty sure there was a settlement involved.
You don't know if there was any merit to it. You just know what you read in the Charleston Gazette.
Exactly.
Well, they can't put it in there if
Which
there
means you
wasn't.
may not know anything.
It's defamation.
That's all the questions the state has.
Last comment by the prosecutor.
Overall, I'll allow.
By the prostitute.
Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
That's all the questions the state has.
Really?
Last comment by the prosecutor.
That's all the questions. The state last comment. By the prostitute. So you gotta be quick.
Overall, I'll allow.
Well.
Any
you know,
further
they
questions,
can't be trusted.
Mr. Victor?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to recall this gentleman?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Treadway. You are excused. Happily, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at the noon hour, and we will take our luncheon recess at this time. Please be back in your jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, and we will try to start up promptly. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone.
Did you see the one I screenshotted the other day, Anna? It was during a trial, and it was someone questioning this girl about driving her father's car that was a manual car. And this is what the closed captions actually had on the screen. It was supposed to be a stick shift. Uh-huh. Yep. And guess what? Oh, hang on. Where'd it go? Huh. Where? No. Oh, where's it? Oh, there it is. Hang on. You know.
So, Mr. Cochran.
We haven't won today.
Of the Cochrane's. of the Cochrane's. when Mr. Cochran was
Yeah,
for the
huh?
Cochrans. The Cochrans, Mr. Cochran,
Mr. Cochran's.
Natalie Cochran, Miss Cochran, Mr. Cochran.
That says Michael Cochran.
Page 2, it says Michael Cochran.
It says Michael Cochran.
Cochran.
Michael Cochran.
Cochran's.
Michael Cochran.
Cochrane Tacticals.
However, Mr. Cochran.
And they said they're like they can't do anything. You're a cunt. Plain and simple. Just like that. Simple. You can't. You can't say that. Can't. I know. See? I don't have a life. Well, the court's just coming back from lunch now. Just a second. But I'm knackered, so I'm gonna crash. But if I hear anything, I will update you all. I doubt that anything will come of it, but at least I know in my conscience I tried. Yes, I'm exhausted. I've got Tan's picking me up at 11:30 in the morning. Well, it's 5:20 now, so by the time I feed the cats, go to bed, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5 hours. Oh dear. I might have an afternoon nap. So much to do, that. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. All right. I could literally fall asleep right here. Yes, I am. I'll probably take 2 seconds and I'll be snoring my head off. A bit like maybe something kinda. Where'd it go? I thought I saved it. I must have deleted it. Okay. I'm sure I saved that. Anyway, so we have, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, Anna, when I did some announcements. Every Tuesday we are starting a new segment from the 4th of Feb. So Tuesdays will be Tandem True Crime Tuesdays, which will be will be Tan and my dual stream every Tuesday, and we're focusing on Australian true crime. We're beginning with the Melbourne Gangland Wars. So from the 4th of Feb, that's every Tuesday will be that, and the podcast continues every second Saturday. So the next one is the 1st of February, and we're doing the Luigi Mangione case, and we're deep diving into the actual 3D, because he produced that weapon by a 3D printer. Yeah. So we are going to dive into the nitty-gritty of that, how it's made and what, issues it brings up with regards to regulation and control and gun safety. And we have our special guest, Ian Runkle. He's a firearms expert and a registered licensed criminal defense attorney in Edmonton, Canada. Big YouTube content creator. So it will be awesome to have him on. Yes, so that's 2. What else did I have to tell you? Next week I've actually put up the poll. That's right. Have you voted in the poll? I'm doing a sleep stream next week, and I've given 2 links in there to choose which one you want me to do. At the moment, it looks like we're doing the Florida Griffith one at 86%. All right, Ian. That's fine. And the trial that I'll be covering next week is not, it's one that's actually, it's not a trial, it's a pre-trial hearing. that goes for a week. And it's not one that's covered by the main big channels. It's one out of Detroit. And it's tragic and awful, and yeah, it involves underage 11-year-old girl basically, and SA. So be warned, trigger warning. It's just so sad. So I'll be covering that next week. I think it went for about 4 days, I think. So yes, yeah. So you will be able to see, I've put up the video of what's coming up and all the extra stuff. So yeah, all right, brain's dead. Hasta la vista, arrivederci. Same time, same place, same bad channel. See you when I look at it now. Bye.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.